Hello everyone, good evening, and I seem to have the game over the top of the webcam. There we go, that's slightly better, and now the webcam's in a funny place as well. Yes, I'm very prepared for this stream. Welcome everyone. Hello and happy Wednesday, and welcome to Laurence Plays Kerbal Space Program. So, I thought I'd do something a little bit different between playing XCOM 1, the original XCOM Enemy Unknown, XCOM UFO Defense, sorry, and then moving on to XCOM 2 War of the Chosen in a few weeks after I've finished with show weeks and holidays and stuff like that. So we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Going to have a couple of one-off streams of things like Kerbal, and we'll see what picks up the most votes for next time as well, because there won't be a stream next week, but there will be the stream the week after that. So, without sort of waffling about anything, because this guy here is getting a little bit bored, we should probably go and try and rescue him. Let's get started. So, we want a new game. I'm going to start a new game. Hello, Calcim. Welcome to the stream. What should we call this? Let's call this Stream, because I'm imaginative. And we're going to play in career mode, because that's the only way to play. Sandbox is boring because you get absolutely everything. Science is like career mode, but you don't have to worry about money. So we're going to start off with, we're going to just go straight in with career mode. Hello, Peter. Welcome. Yeah, Laurence Kerman. Yes, that sounds good. Well, we shall see. I mean, as it says on the side of this capsule, I hope to get to probably both of Kerbin's moons today. We'll see. We'll have to see how it goes, though. We're going to have to. I can't remember how good I am at this game. So, are there any? The question? My first question is: did I put a custom flag in here last time I played? And if so, has it stayed? I don't seem to have done, so let's be mildly patriotic and have the UK Space Agency, shall we? Let's go for that, and then maybe I'll change it. Maybe I'll change it another time. I wonder what the difficulty. Oh, blimey, that's a lot of options. Let's just play on normal, shall we, and see how things go. Let's just get started. Start throwing some rockets at the sky and see how things go. I'm probably going to get lots of intros. Yes, so there we go. We've got someone telling me what to do. Thanks. Fine. Right, so this is the Kerbal Space Center, and this is what it looks like when you haven't spent enormous amounts of money and time and research on upgrading it. So we've got a dirt track runway over there. We've got a dirt pad for launching rockets. So actually, it's not just a dirt pad. There is a little bit of concrete in the middle of it, and everything is a little bit old-fashioned and not great, but still, that's okay. Let's have a look. So this isn't where I wanted to go, or maybe it is. No, it isn't. Like I said, I can't remember how to play this game. So R&D over there, astronaut complex, space plane, mission control sounds promising. Tracking, mission control. Yeah, this is what I wanted. I want to get some missions up and running. So I've got because these things are absolutely trivial to do, but you have to grab them at the beginning, otherwise they disappear. So first thing is to gather some scientific data from Kerbin. So I guess we just go out and go, oh hello, this is Kerbin, jolly good. So that'll be nice and easy to do. Can I launch a first? Can I do the launch first vessel? How many of these can I have? Max 2. Okay, so we'll have that one and that one. There we go. Right, so that's some stuff for me to do. Let's leave and let's just make a rocket and start as we mean to go on. Hello, Werner von Kerman. Right, yes, that's the making rockets. Yes, that's that lovable old Nazi, as the song goes. Right, so what we want first is we're just going to have a command pod like this, and we're not going to do anything with it. Actually, no, that's not true. We are going to do a few things with it. We're going to do some science with it. So we're going to put on... This is new. Is this because I put mods in, or is it because the game has changed since I last played? I have no idea. So it's a storage device, and anyway, what I want to do is put the mystery goo container on the side of there like that. I don't seem to have any other science science things at the moment that I can do. So we've got, we have no fuel tanks. We have a solid rocket booster with nothing in command and control. We have a girder segment. We've got no robotics, no couplings, no payloads. We've got a basic fin in the aerodynamics, but no landing gear at all. Nothing thermal or electrical or communicationary. We've got these sciences. I still don't know what these do. I think they must have come from a mod. We've got some cargo things. Jetpack, okay, and personal parachute, nice. And on the utility, we have a parachute. Okay, so what we've done that. Now we need to shove a Kerbal in here. So we've got Jeb in there already. That'll do. I don't know why he's got a coat hanger. Oh, we can choose his outfit. Well, let's go for that one because it looks that's the one he's already in. I could put him in my standard colours, but I won't just now. It's about 7:30 over here. So yeah, it's I imagine it's a bit later over in Korea, but well, welcome to the stream anyway, even if you're not going to stay for very long. Right, so we'll go with that. We'll go with that suit, and let's just go straight. Let's just go straight for the launch with this and try and do some science. Which button is it? It's that. Steam, new, open, save, launch. That one. Because we're not actually going to do very much with this first mission. This is going to be a little bit unexciting, but it is going to get us some valuable science. So here is my craft. It's a very exciting craft, and there is some graphical glitching as well. So we're going to start off by observing the mystery goo. Mystery goo is not doing very much, but we get 3 science from that, so we'll take that. Thank you very much. We'll also do an EVA if I can remember how. Yes, there we go, like that. Let go. Wander over this way a little bit. Tromp, 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 tromp. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's right click to move the camera around like that. So, Jeb, I want you to do a thing. So I want you to do an EVA report. That gets me another 2.4. Don't think a spacesuit was entirely necessary to get it. Yeah, you probably didn't really need the spacesuit, but you know, no harm in having a better to have it and not need it than not have it and wish you had. Put the visor on. There we go. Oh, you could remove your helmet since you're on a planet. That'll do. And the neck ring as well, apparently. That all looks very, very cosmetic. I thought you were able to put down flags as well, but apparently not. He's got a parachute and a thrust pack as well. That's nice. Right, so let's get back over here. Climb on the ship, and then we'll go back inside it. And let's see. You can store data back in the ship, I think. Let's get a crew report here as well. Get another 1.5 science for that, so we'll keep that one as well. I think that's all the science we can get from here. So we've got from inside and outside. Let's pop. No, let's pop out again. Can I? There we go. Pop out again. And can I do I can take the data out of the ship. Can you do an EVA report from here as well? I think this is the same one. We'll keep it anyway. We'll get back in, and then we'll. Oh, we've got duplicates. Yeah, that's fine. And then from here, we want to then recover the. So we've got world's first. What's world's first? Oh yeah. So we've performed an EVA test at home. Good. So I get some points for that. Let's get some money for that, which is useful. Thank you. Don't need. Oh, I delete. There we go. And click. I've forgotten. I have honestly forgotten how to play this game. Somewhere there is a complete mission thing. I think maybe it's under escape. Got the alarm clock mod installed, which is going to be handy. Got some mono problem. Oh, it's about money and things. Don't care about that most of the time. Okay. How do you end a flight and recover the craft? I've forgotten how to. I have honestly forgotten how to play this game. Sorry about that. Oh, I could. The reaction control wheels are actually powerful enough to make the whole thing flip over when it's on the ground like that, which is quite impressive. Oh, we're done staging, docking, map, maneuver. Where is recover craft? Because I mean we've landed now. I'm happy for us to pick this for us to return to base. No, Alexander. We actually finished. I finished XCOM last week, so we've so I'm now doing something else in the time before I start playing the next XCOM game. Full crew control, fine. What's that? Oh, no alarms. Sure. Oh, here we go. Recover vessel. There we go. I knew there was a button somewhere. Right. You'll have to bear with me, I'm afraid. It's going to take me a little bit of time to remember how to play this game. So, we've done quite well here. We've gained a crew report from the launch pad, which gets us 1.5 science. EVA report from the launch pad, 2.4. Mystery goo has been looked at, and we've recovered a vessel, so it's 5 science. That's a total of 13 science earned, and we didn't do anything at all. So that's really good. So got a load of science in that. Got some money probably. Science crew Jeb is fine. He gained an XP for doing that. Well done there. Right. So let's now continue with our exciting science-based missions. Yeah, I worked it out eventually, although it did take me a while. So what we're going to do next is we're going to stick I want to stage. We don't have any staging gear, do we? Actually, for a flea, we'll probably be able to do that with a parachute. So we'll put that on there. and then we'll stick that parachute on the top, whereas it was under utility, wasn't it? Which is down here, utility. Stick the parachute on the top. Hopefully that'll be enough. So I'm not going to I'm not going to Iron Man this this Kerbal run because I'll probably do something horribly wrong. So there is always the opportunity to revert to Launchpad or revert to assembly building if things go horribly wrong. Now, where am I? Oh, here we go, down here. I think I'm playing this game at a much higher resolution than I'm used to, because I keep struggling to find things. But down here in the bottom right, underneath my face, where you can't see it, we have the booster as the first set of things to trigger, and then the parachute is the second one. So that should work quite nicely. Okay, Peter. Well, thanks for joining for a whole 10 minutes. Yes, hopefully I'll get a decent amount of progress done if I remember how to play the game properly. So now we need to launch this craft as well. Now this is a fairly basic craft, as you can see. It's just going to do a little hop, and with this being a Kerbal Space Program, we're going to do that with a Kerbal on board rather than having some sort of automated system, because we don't believe in automation around here. So let's have blast off of our first craft of any description in 3, 2, 1, launch. Going up. Whoa, that's a lot of lean. And let's try and look at the warm liquid. Ooh, no, let's try and look at the goo while we're on our way up. Looking at the goo. Looking at the goo. The goo jiggles and wobbles. Nice. Well, we'll keep that. That sounds like a nice experiment to have. We're going fairly quickly. We have no ability to control the craft anymore because it's just flying on a completely ballistic trajectory. I probably should have done a bit more control, taking a little bit more fiddling with that. Right, so we're going to also do a crew report while we're up here. Hey, I can see my house from up here. Nice. Keep that. And then over the top. Now, I feel like I should probably open the parachute sooner rather than later, while the craft is only going at a mere not quite as quick, and we'll blow only a couple of 100 meters per second. So we'll blow it out backwards like this. We've achieved an altitude of almost 9,000 meters, which isn't bad. And now we're just going to drift back down again under the parachute, and hopefully, I sincerely hope that parachute is going to be big enough and strong enough, provide enough drag. There we go. Provide enough drag to slow this down, even with the flea booster on the back of it, because I don't have any detachometrons yet. Now, technically, I probably could have purchased those with the science we've done so far, but I thought I'd see how much I can get done first without doing any of that. We are still how are we? 3,500. Okay, let's. What's the warp speed button? Well, that seems to have worked. But yeah. I was going to say, if that parachute could open, I would appreciate it. There we go. Oh yeah, that's going to be fine. We can touch down happily at about 6 meters per second. Especially as I don't really care if we land hard enough to destroy the booster on the bottom. This will be fine. So let's go a little bit. Have time run a little bit faster because I get impatient easily. And in a moment we shall touch down like boop that, and fall over, of course, because that's how you land a spacecraft if you're a Kerbinaut. Right, so we've been up, we've been down. Now I want to also do a crew report from here. Oh, hang on. There's a way to do this. Let's see. If you what is it? Do you you EVA, you take data, then you store experiments, then you get back in again. Actually, no. First we should let go and fall over, because that's what Kerbals do. And we'll do an EVA report from here as well. 2.4 science from Kerbin's grasslands, yes. And once again, he's observed that a spacesuit wasn't entirely necessary to get here, but you know, it's for the best. Just we're trying to keep you safe, Jeb. Could you please not fall over and just, you know, get back in the get back on the there we don't go. He's not very good at this, is he? Oh, well, one of us isn't very good at this, and I'm going to claim it's him. I just want you to jump on and grab that handle. There's good. There's a good Kerbal. Jump. There we go. Right, now from here we can take the data, we can store the experiments, we can get back in again, and we can do a crew report from here. And there we go. It's another 1.5 science. Thank you very much. And now let's recover the vessel. Okay. Good. So that's our second mission. We went all the way up in the air and came all the way back down again. So that went really, really well. And it got us another 15 science. We've got 40 science points to play with now, which is pretty good. And we recovered all those bits and pieces that we chucked in there as well, which is always nice. And Jeb has not gained any XP from that because he didn't really do very much. That seems fair enough, really. Okay, so now we can go back over to the mission control, and we can say, what have we done? Well, we've done those. We've done both of those two. So we've now archived, gathered scientific data from Kerbin because I did that from on the ground, and I launched a vessel. So that was all very exciting. I might have. Oh no, there we go. We've got escape the atmosphere as the next one. So hopefully we'll be able to do that next. What have we got? We've got. Let's have a look through these. Is there anything else I can do in here? So take a crew report in flight below 17. No, I'm going to need to get to a specific place. That's always difficult at this stage of the game, so I'm not going to do that. This one is exactly the same. Go to a specific place. Go to a specific place. Go to a place. This one is activate part through staging. So from splash down, I have to activate a liquid fuel engine. That doesn't sound very easy. But start lighting up a hammer in flight over Kerbin. That sounds very doable. So we'll have that one. Test a decoupler splashdown. Test a Mark. Oh, I can't take any more of these. But I'll be using another Mark 16 parachute fairly soon. Suborbital trajectory. Okay, I'm probably not going. I don't know. I can do that one very, very deliberately. But so there we go. So now we've got test the hammer solid fuel booster and escape the atmosphere. Those both seem fairly doable and probably potentially at the same time. So let's get back out of here. Now we can go off and start doing some R&D, and this is the exciting part of the game. Well, the most exciting bit we've done so far. From here, I can buy. What would we get for this? So that's the hammer solid fuel booster that we're talking about. We've got a liquid fuel engine and a small fuel tank for it. Okay, so that'll allow us to start rocketing around. Over here with engineering, got the decoupler. That'll be nice because then when we take up one of those really big solid fuel boosters, we can get rid of it so we don't have to try and drag it down underneath the parachute. We can also get the thermometer, and that'll get me some more juicy science. A communitron, it would be nice if we wanted to bother sending data back, but I'd rather do more journeys, more flights, and get more data, because you can get more data. If you transmit the data, you only get about 50%, 2/3 of it, something like that. Whereas if you just keep it inside the pod and bring it back with you, then you get 100% of it. So we won't be using the transmitters, but these are going to be very, very useful. So I'll grab that one, and I'll grab that one, because then we can actually build some proper rockets. And I've still got 30 science left. So that means I can have one of these. So I can have a bigger liquid fuel engine, a much bigger solid fuel booster, and a larger fuel tank. Or I could go in and buy some aerodynamic parts. I don't particularly care about those at the moment. Or we could boost survivability by having heat shield. A barometer. That'd be nice for some extra science. Radiator panel, service bay, radial parachutes, nice. Oh, and drogue chutes as well. That's also quite nice. So this is, yeah, as it says, this is all about survivability. So keeping the capsule cool on its way back down again. That's going to be very useful once we start going to actual orbit and trying to come back in from orbital velocities. The barometer, as I said, is for science. Radiator panel, I've never really found these that necessary in Kerbal. I don't seem to build up too much heat, except from sort of re-entry, and that tends to be a bit more explosive, and I don't think a radiator would help very much with that. Service bay is handy for putting stuff in the... for putting science stuff in, and maybe fuels, maybe batteries and things like that, so that's nice. Landing legs, always fun, but I don't think we need those just yet. So that costs 15. This one I don't care about very much. This one I do care about, but I'm happy to wait for that one. So I think what I'll do is I'll buy the survivability research, mostly for the barometer, and that'll allow us to then fling something up into space, get a bit more research from that, and then we can maybe mess around with putting a heat shield on it, or maybe some radiator, or maybe a service bay to hold the stuff. So we'll grab that, and then we'll now go off and try and save up another 5 science to get this one. Right. So that's a few things to play with. Now let's go off and to be honest, I can't be bothered with messing around with any of this stuff at the moment. Let's just go and build another rocket, because that's the whole point of this game, isn't it? So we'll get rid of that. We don't want that anymore. That's boring. Now the question is, how high can we get if we just stick a hammer? Oh, actually, let's put a decoupler on this, because the hammer is going to be a lot heavier, and we might not be able to get down with just that under structural. No. Coupling, there we go. We might not be able to get all the way back down with a single Mark 16 parachute with a hammer hanging off the bottom. So let's shove the hammer on there with a decouplertron. And then on this thing we can put in. Then we can do some more science, more science. We'll put a thermometer on the back over here. We'll put a barometer on the side over here. That's all feels sort of vaguely balanced, I guess. And then we're going to try and nip out, and then we're going to try and do little bits of science with all of these. Okay, so we've got down here in the bottom left where you can't see it. Sorry about that. I don't know. I feel like, should I put my face somewhere else? But I probably should, but I don't know where. So we're just gonna have to stick with that. So I've got the first one. We've got 1,500 meters per second of delta V from the thumper. Then we can decoupletron. Then we can parachute. That seems fine. So let's sorry, I thought I saw a message. So let's go and let's launch this. Now we're not actually going to go anywhere with this for now. First, I'm going to do the science on the ground because you might as well. It's basically sort of free science. So if I come around here, I can run this thing. I can log pressure data from here. That gets me 3 point. So this is what I was talking about a minute ago. If I hang on to it, I get 3.6 science from it. Whereas if I transmit it with a communitron, which I haven't put on the ship at all anyway, then I'd only get 2.5 science. So it's much better to get the keep the readings to the Kerbal, and then we can go in and do the same with this one. Log temperature, and there we go. It's another 2.4. So we'll keep that. And that might actually be enough to buy the next stage of rocket parts, but I don't think I care about that right now. So we're going to recover the vessel straight away, just because, and hopefully I'll get all my money back for that. I wasn't really paying very much attention to that, but I probably should. So there we go. We've got 21 science now, so I could go off and buy those extra rocket parts. But I do actually kind of want to launch this anyway, because why not? Yeah, so got the parts back, got the crew back, fine, all good. What were the missions I signed up for? I've forgotten already. So one of them was escape the atmosphere. The other was test the hammer booster. Okay, so we do need to use the hammer. So let's go back to here. Solid fuel booster, hammer. Let's launch it. The whole point, the point of this wasn't just to go out there and test the data gathering on the launch pad. I do want to launch this thing and not actually go to space, but well, maybe actually go to space. It might go to space. It won't go to orbit, but it might get to space. We might be able to do the Jeff Bezos space trick as opposed to the SpaceX space trick. So I think we're ready. We've got 1,500 meters per second over here available. Can detach the thing when we're high up. Let's go. Going up. Ooh, falling over. Let's try and keep the nav ball more or less centered, because that way we'll go higher, and it's cheaper to recover the don't fall over. Recover the craft when it gets to when we land it again. So my plan is to take this up as high as it'll go. 60, 70, 80, 90. Getting rather toasty. Okay, I think we have. Oh no, we haven't actually officially escaped the atmosphere. We're on a sort of ballistic upwards trajectory now, and we're slowing down. Ooh, No, I don't think that quite counts as escaping the atmosphere, unfortunately. A single hammer throw is not quite enough to get us into space. However, yes, actually, vertical speed is still pretty high. I think we are going to make it to space. So, all right, I'll wait a moment until we get more or less to the top of the ballistic trajectory, and then I'll run all the experiments, because I missed the opportunity to do them on the way up. But that's fine. I'd rather get the data from space anyway. It's going to be more exciting. Actually, that's probably foolish, because it's going to be easier to. No, let's not do that. Let's get the data on the way back down again, because in fact, let's do that. Get rid of that piece. Because if I get the data on the way back down, then I can get it in space later again much more easily with a craft that's intended to go up there. I forget just how powerful the reaction wheels are in this game. They're a bit ridiculous. In fact, I should have turned these on. And then there we go. Now, I should have turned those on before I launched. I always forget that's the thing you're supposed to do, especially when you've got a guy in the craft to do it for you. So there we go. We've made it up to 73, 74. We're still going up. This is ridiculous. Let's have a little bit of time warp, because this is taking a long time to get to maximum height. Are we going to make it to... Oh, there we go. So maximum height was about 83,000 meters. That's pretty good. When we drop back into atmosphere, then I'm going to do the science. But for now, we'll just sort of drift. I wonder if I can still see the rocket booster we came up with. No, it's just floating space junk now. Well, I say space junk. It's going to drop back into the atmosphere like we are sooner or later. So we're not actually littering with. There's no Kessler syndrome to worry about at the moment. And we get the happy space music to tell us we've left the atmosphere. Lovely. Right. This is taking a long time. I'm going to speed time up. Bump into the atmosphere, and it slows the time back down again. Let's have. Yeah, okay. I think I'm okay. I think we're probably going to be okay with structural stability of this craft. Nudge that up to 4 times because that's as high as you can go. Jeb is really enjoying this flight. Look at his face. Look at his little face. Oh, right. Bring that back down to normal. So we are now inside the atmosphere. So I'm going to do a goo observation. A goo observation. It's getting very cold in the upper atmosphere. Fine. And then I shall spin us around. Oh, there's the booster. And from here we can also do a pressure data. Yoink. That's quite a lot of science from that. And log the temperature as well. Still in the upper atmosphere. Good. I do need to run those two in the lower atmosphere. That's a thing. But unfortunately, you can only run each of these once unless you've got an engineer who can go out and reset them. I haven't got an engineer, and this is not a particularly safe place to go out and start doing things like resetting science. So basically, I wouldn't want to do an EVA at this point. Oh, I should have done an EVA up at the top of it and got some information from there, because of that we could have done. But, oh well, c'est la vie. Alright, we are plummeting now at, I don't know, it's a log scale, I can't read it very well. That's probably about 200 or 300 meters per second downwards. I think it's probably a good time to pop the chute, because we're in the atmosphere. It'll slow us down a bit. Maybe I should have brought a drogue chute. I don't know. Let's find out whether this works. Oh, we can do an observation as well, can't we? I forgot we could do a crew report. Oh, and we're over the water as well, so we get more information from that as well. Lovely. My chute is still in sort of drogue mode. It'll inflate itself sooner or later as we get a bit lower. In fact, let's do a physics speed up because I am, as previously mentioned, quite impatient. There we go, lovely. 400 meters to go, but we're doing the last 400 meters at about 6 meters per second, so, for improved survivability, basically. And once we touch down, we can do another crew report from in the ocean, I think. If not, we might have to get out and get back in again. It's a little bit of a exploit, perhaps, but we'll see. We want to get the EVA report from here anyway. So from here, can we do another crew report? Oh, I'm still in sped up mode. There we go. Crew report. No, we can't. We have to get out first. Oops. I keep pressing the wrong mouse buttons for this. Right. So, Jeb, get out. Don't have fallen. Please don't have fallen off. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. He's on the other side. I was looking at the wrong side of the craft. Take data. Store data. While you're here, do an EVA report. Thank you. Yes, it was. Yes, I know you didn't need a spacesuit to get here, but still, it's better to have. You probably wanted it while you were up in the air. Is basically what I'm trying to say here. We'll do another crew report from here. That's another 2 science. Lovely, and then we can recover the vessel. Right, that's quite a bit of science actually. We now might have enough science to buy all the parts we need to actually go to orbit. We've certainly got all the bits and pieces we need to find out about important little things like getting the projects, the missions done. So we've got science-wise we've got crew report from in the water, crew report from over the water, EVA report from the water, goo, temperature, pressure, and we recover some just for getting the craft. Nice. So there we go. Crew part blah blah blah. And still no extra XP there. That's a shame, but oh well. Right, mission control. So, how have we done? We have now... Oh, we've still got an active contract. Ah, I didn't trigger the Hammer solid fuel booster in flight over Kerbin. I triggered it when it was on the ground. I have to trigger it while flying and between 4,000 and 9,000 meters, between 140 and 300 meters per second. That's quite precise, actually. Well, we'll give it another try. I'll slap on... Yeah, all right, here's what we'll do. We'll put a liquid engine on the bottom. A main engine could be a liquid rocket motor. Because I still want to get some lower atmosphere science readings. We'll try and fly up to about 4,000 meters relatively slowly. Then we'll fire the hammer and see how high we go. Maybe get some space readings as well. Yeah, okay, so 4,000 meters, 140 meters per second. That's slightly awkward, but okay. Is this one compatible? 200,000 meters. Okay, we haven't managed to get that high yet. Oh, it did say suborbital trajectory. Okay, we'll just take the parachute one, actually. That'll be fairly easy to do. And then we'll come back to the thumper and some of these others later. Okay, so we'll take that. This is going to be going out to make some money for now, because I don't think I'm short of money yet, but I want to make sure I don't run out. So we'll get a 22,500. Oh, and some science and some star points as well. I don't know what you do with stars. We'll get 22,000 money for doing that one, and we'll get 28,000 money for doing this one. So that's just. Oh, I need to deploy it under 6,000 at an appropriate speed. Seems manageable. I guess we'll find out. I should probably write these numbers down, shouldn't I? Because otherwise I'm going to be up there and going, what were the rules for this? What were the rules for this particular challenge again? I've completely forgotten. So we want to do the parachute at 6,000 meters, or 6 kilometers as it's also known, and speed between 160 and 250. 160 to 250 meters per second, and the hammer. Yes, hammer. That's right. It's like the Minecraft villages, isn't it? This one has to be done at 4,000 at 140 to 300. 4K, 140 to 300. These manufacturers and their testings are very fussy. You have to be very, very precise with all their requests. So back in here. Let's get really high this time, if you'll pardon the expression. So we'll take that off, put it there for a moment, because I want to have a bit of control over my flight this time. I'm going to stick in a fuel tank underneath here, and then maybe two of these fuel tanks actually, boop, like that, and a liquid engine like that, because that's going to give me a bit more control over my speed, because you can throttle them up and down if I can remember what the controls are to do that. I think it's A and Z, or somewhere over on the left-hand side of the keyboard. We'll experiment as we go. It'll be fun. Then we'll stick some. Oh, I haven't got the radial couplers. All right, let's go out from here a second and get the radial decoupler. Leave. Oh, don't save. I can build that again. It's not exactly complicated. I want to go over to the R&D department again. Now I wanted to have the. Hang on a minute. Oh, where do you get the radial decoupler? Was it from here? Oh, here it is. Here's the radial decouplers. Okay, so we need that one. We'll buy that one while we're here as well, because actually that larger fuel tank could be useful. So we'll do that. Then back over to here. Let's get rocketing. It saved it anyway. Why were you fussy? Get rid of all of that. So this time I'm going to use the bigger fuel tank, because I think I'm going to need a bit more fuel. And you know what? Let's use the small one, at least in the interests of sort of completeness, so we can say we've used all the different bits and pieces. Now I want to have one of these, but I want to go to two-way symmetry, because we're going to put two hammers on this, because I think that's the only way to realistically do this. So we'll put a hammer on either side like that. Okay, so we've got first up we're going to launch that like those. No, that's wrong. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this fly the rocket in a ridiculous way. We're going to do that first, then another one. Sorry, you can't see me arranging the stagings. Okay, so first we're going to light this engine, and we're going to use that to try and get up to a speed of 140. I'll probably find it's not powerful enough to actually lift us off. 140 at 4,000 meters up. Then we'll light these for the science, for the challenge. Then we'll get rid of them once they're empty. Then we'll detach, and then we'll land. Okay, let's see how much of this I can actually manage, and also find out whether actually let's get rid of the swivel and swap it for a Reliant, because that does have a bit more oomph. We've got some numbers over here actually. So stage 2. Stage 2 has a thrust to weight ratio of 7. So, okay, so we are actually going to be able to take off. That's good. I think that's how this works. Still got. Oh no, it's assuming we're going to detach these first. I don't know if this is going to lift off the ground. We'll find out. But you know what? Let's move those down a bit so it's resting on the two of them rather than just attached, please. Oh, I remember this being my least favourite part of playing Kerbal Space Program, was trying to get things to build and put parts in the right. Yeah, lower down. I mean, I think there is a tool for moving stuff around, but I was never very good at using it. Not those. Oh well, it'll probably balance on the one engine. Let's find out. Right, throttle up. There we go. It's control and shift to adjust the throttle. I didn't remember, but when I started fiddling with pressing the buttons, my muscle memory remembered for me. And that's very convenient because my real world memory isn't very good. Okay, so maximum throttle. Let's go. In fact, let's zoom in a bit so that we are ready to do the do these things in Kerbin's lower atmosphere, assuming we get enough oomph out of it. And we're waiting for, as I said, what was it? It was 4,000 meters up and 140 meters per second. So, yeah, let's go. That's not meant to happen. No, that's wrong. Revert to vehicle assembly, because I didn't put those. It's rearranged. When I took them, because I took the boosters off. Okay, I understand. It's given me. To be fair, it has given me a sensible layout for all of my everythings, but I don't want it to be sensible. I want to do a nonsense flight because we're testing stuff. Stop doing what I don't want you to. There we go. Right. So now we have that one. Spin around so we can see what we're doing. That one first. Then the next stage is these two. Then the next stage is that to get rid of them. Then we've got this to get rid of everything else, and then the parachute to get us back down again, which we have to deploy on the way down at a specific time. Right, let's give that another try and see if I can do it properly this time. At least we know. Oh no, we don't know that we've got a sufficient thrust to weight ratio because the solid rocket boosters kicked in as well. So turn those on. There's keyboard shortcuts for that as well, but I can't remember what they are. Right, take two and action. Okay, good. I do have enough oomph from that to take off. So no, not that button. Right click, log temperature, keep, log pressure, keep. There we go. Observe mystery goo. Keep. How high are we? We're not high enough. Oh no, need more fuel. Okay, that's not a powerful enough craft. We ripped through all of the fuel in that tiny tank very, very quickly. So back to the vehicle assembly building, and I think I need probably about twice. I was going to say I need twice as much fuel. That's actually not going to be the case. I'm probably going to need 3 times as much fuel because of the tyranny of the rocket equation. Basically, the more fuel you put into your rocket, the harder it is to actually get it up there. Because the more it takes to actually lift it. And we might not actually have a positive thrust to weight ratio now, which is a bit unfortunate. We do still have the staging set up correctly though, so that's okay there. Still says thrust to weight ratio of 6.45 here, so maybe let's try it. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Massive explosion happens, of course. Famous last words, all that sort of thing. Right, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh yeah, helps for throttle up, doesn't it? There we go. And helps for turn on the reaction control. Whoa, we are not stable. We are not stable. I'm having a Starship moment. Let's try that again. I don't feel remotely guilty about reverting flights to launch pad when it's going quite that ridiculously. I also think I might have pushed the buttons when they're all in the wrong direction. So let's put that. Let's do all the pre-flight checks this time, and then we shall try and go. Now we've got Jeb trying to keep the ship going in a straight line, so things are going much better. Let's once again do all the science. And then try and remember, it was hammers at 4,000. 1,000. How much? How's the fuel doing? Fuel is halfway expended. This is probably not going to be enough. Oh, actually, it will be with a little bit of yeah, with a little bit of momentum. We're probably going to have enough to. There we go. Now are we doing what? How's our speed? 200. Yes, that's fine. Now we can boost those. That's going to have completed the mission. There we go. Getting the animated flashy thing up here. I should tidy these all up actually at some point. Now we can go up very, very fast. We've got quite a lot of solid fuel available here. Let's try for a bit of a. Oh no, Jeb isn't having any of that. Wow, that's pretty quick. Let's get rid of those. There we go. I don't know why they went downwards. Oh, wind resistance. We've got this bit pointy. Those are not so pointy. All right. So we're going to go even higher then this time. Higher than any Kerbal has ever gone before in this particular game. Lovely. We don't have any more science available to do, but we can at least get really high, which is what this game is all about. Let's do this a bit faster because this is going to take a while, and we're going to get a new record for height achieved, but I don't know if we actually get anything useful for that. So let's have a look at the messages in here. So we have recovered crew from a mission, lovely. Performed an experiment. We've broken a top speed record of 25 meters per second, and how? Launched a vessel. We've broken 80 meters per second, 500 meters. Oh, we've gone higher than 500 meters. We've got up to about 70,000. We didn't actually get into space that time. Interesting. I mean, I've got a little bit more. Oh, no, let's just jettison it. I don't care. Speed records, height records, land distance record. Ooh. Altitude records, various records. Return to the surface. Blah 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 blah. Splash into the ocean. Okay, let's get rid of all of those. Done that. Oh, let's slow time down again, actually, because I need to trigger the parachute at 6 kilometers up. So that's we're halfway there, and we need to slow down to less than 250 meters per second on the way down, which I think is not going to be a problem. We are bleeding off speed quite quickly from the air resistance here. Good. Gathered some scientific data. Launched a vessel. Nominal launch, as they say. We've escaped the atmosphere. Oh, that was the remains of my boosters landing, I think. There we go. There's sub 250. What was the height I needed to be at? 6,000. Oh, there we go. I got too distracted reading all the reading the box text and nearly forgot to pop my chute. Yep, Zucker, we are blowing stuff up a little bit. I mean, that is the Kerbal way, so you know it happens. Right, we can just about see the Kerbal spaceport over there, so we've not drifted too far. How am I getting on with the contracts? And where were we? So we've escaped the atmosphere. We've tested the hammer booster, and we've tested the Mark 16 parachute. Excellent. So that's all the current contracts are now achieved. Lovely. I approve of this. I might try and find the. Yep, it is indeed the way. Also, the way home is over there. But yeah, blowing stuff up is definitely the Kerbal way. So I think the next thing to do might be to go and try and purchase whatever the upgrade is that allows you to have more than 2 contracts active at a time. Because to be honest, 2 contracts, I can have more than I might be able to hold more stuff in my brain than that, especially when it's going off and trying to go to places and doing things that are going to take a bit longer. At this stage, it doesn't really matter. It's sort of hop up, do a little hop like this, go up to sort of 70,000 meters or whatever it was I went to, and come back down again. And yeah, it's all fine. We just need to. But later on, I'm going to want to do a little bit more at a time. And touchdown. Let's do a. Oh, I didn't do a crew report from the upper atmosphere, did I? Sure. I'm on the shores now, so I can get different data. That's nice. So let's have a look outside as well. EVA report from here. Yes, we know. We know the space suit wasn't necessary. You've made that joke already. And now we can recover the vessel. So I am, as you can tell, I'm just trying to rip through the initial the initial sort of getting in a load of science so that I can go off and purchase the initial upgrades in order to start making rockets that are actually kind of worthwhile and going off to do things like, you know, go to space, which is kind of the point of this game. So that's another 19.7 science. I've got a total of 67 available now. So and stuff and Jeb and right. Okay, so let's see. I was going to go to the admin building. Okay, fundraising. These are things. Geels and science for I don't know. Well, I'll come back and think about these in a minute. That was not what I was looking for. There's an upgrades area somewhere. You can purchase upgrades, but I don't know how. Or do you go in and you... Ah, here we go. So for 75 grand, I can upgrade this to let me have 7 active contracts instead of 2. Wow. But I need to upgrade the tracking station first. Oh, maybe I don't. No, maybe I don't. If I want to use flight planning, then I need to. I have 330,000. Yeah, let's spend that. Ka-ching. Now we've got a much better mission control area, so I don't want to do the focused observational study surveys because you have to go to specific places. I can't do that with my current abilities. Which decoupler is this? This is not the radial one by the looks of it. Okay, we can probably do. We can put an extra decoupler on a ship and then test that out. I'm probably not going to have a liquid fuel engine still attached when we're splashdown unless I try really, really hard. Launch stability enhancer. Oh, that's the sort of the grabby poley thing, isn't it? That'd be useful. Yeah, we could probably do that. I'm going to want a heat shield very soon now because I'm going to want to have a. I'm going to want to start coming back from orbit, so we'll be doing that. So we'll have that one anyway. Oh yeah, the trick is just to have loads and loads of things, and then things that you're just going to do anyway, like going into orbit. And if you pick up enough of these things, then when you go off and do stuff, you just happen to win all of these things. Like for example, I don't know. I'd have to try very hard to deliberately do this one because I'm not really going to use the flea anymore, especially not at 200,000 meters, unless I take one on along as a passenger and just fire it up in deep space for the fun of it. Whereas I am going to use the decoupler at some point, and I might be able to. These things might just happen. Let's grab it. I've now got it because I can have 7 active contracts, so I can just grab some of these and just see if they happen. And if they don't happen, then I can go in and put in a little bit more effort to making them happen. But mostly the trick is to find ways of getting people to pay you to do things you're planning to do anyway. So this rocket's a little bit silly. Let's make something better. Right, so we've still got a decoupler on the bottom there. That's fine. Let's put on a heat shield there like that for keeping us safe on the way back down again. Now, I've picked it up. I didn't mean to do that. If I right-click on it, then I can choose how much of it there is. I don't know what the force % is, but I don't think I need quite that much ablative material. So we'll take that down a little bit to save some weight. Then we're going to need another decoupler, which is the appropriate one. Are you the right size? You are the right size. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Right, and I've kept the top decoupler just so I can test it when I splash down. So that's why that's there, and that's going to be. Swap those two. Give me another. Yeah, swap those two things over in the staging. Then we need to think about actually making a rocket that will take us to space. So I still don't have any very big, don't have particularly big fuel tanks, but I don't think I need them. If we go for that and the small, which one's the small engine? 1.5 tons, 1.25 tons. There's not that much of a difference between their weights, between their masses, to be honest. And what's their ISP and efficiencies and stuff like that? Vacuum 240 kilonewtons, vacuum 215 kilonewtons. ISP, where's the ISP? I thought it did give me that. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. Maybe? Yes. 265 or 310 in a vacuum, 250 or 320 in a vacuum. Okay, so this one's actually more efficient in a vacuum, which is where I intend to be using it. So yeah, the swivel is definitely the right one to use there. Oh, I'm far too used to people telling me I have a bad memory, and it happens so often. I've forgotten how many times it's happened. Right, should we go full on thumpers with this? I mean, that looks a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? But this is definitely going to go to space with that much oomph behind it. Do you think that might be a bit much? Maybe I'll stick some aero on the top of it as well, like that. There we go. It looks much more sensible now. I feel like that should be enough to get this thing to orbit without any difficulty at all. What's my thrust to weight ratio? I don't know. It looks like it still says about similar numbers in here to what it said before. So, yeah, I think let's try this with the thumpers. But let's take it down to 2 thumpers because I think. Oops, that wasn't what I meant to do. Take it down to 2. If I grab that, there we go. Yeah, 2 thumpers is probably sufficient. In fact, 1 thump. Let's be a little bit more sensible about this. I think that's a silly and unnecessary level of rocket. That's a big coupler. Why do I have big couplers already? I don't have any big rocket parts. Let's stick 1 thumper on the bottom and see how high that because I think that's going to take me all the way to space and probably to orbit. And then I've got the liquid fuel engine to sort of mess around up there, get a proper orbit, and then think about coming back down again. Yeah, it was a rockets are always a rather suspicious shape. It's just how it is. At least I haven't made the what's the Blue Origin one called? I've forgotten. But yeah, that one. So we've got in the staging we have the thumper first, then we decouple it, then we have the Reliant or whichever one it was. I think it was the Reliant, the liquid one anyway. Then another decoupler, then a parachute, and then finally another decoupler so we can test it after we splash down. Right, let's do it. This is a very silly rocket, but actually I think there are a couple of real-world space agencies who are currently using massive solid rocket boosters as their first stages. It's kind of ridiculous, but you know, if it's ridiculous and it works, it's still ridiculous. You just got lucky, I guess. So right to space. A little bit of up, and then a little bit of tilt, and gravity turn, basically. The idea of gravity turn is it makes it slightly more efficient to get you to... Oh, I forgot to turn on the those things. SAS, that's the one I wanted. The RCS won't do anything yet because I don't have any RCS thrusters. But the SAS will turn on. That'll tell Jeb that I want to keep... Basically, it tells him to try and keep the rocket going in the direction of the green blob thing there. Yeah, this is a lot. This is a much more. This is obviously clearly a very, very sensible rocket. We wouldn't do anything silly in Kerbal. There we go. Get rid of that. How is our trajectory? Let's have a look if I can remember how to. Okay. All right. Actually, we might not have been being silly enough. I don't think we're going to get to orbit with this shot. I'm going to need something quite a bit more oomphy. there's some good English for you. You wouldn't think I wrote professionally, would you? Yeah, I think whilst we're going to get high enough to be in space, we're not going to go fast enough for orbit. So let's flip this craft round to point it over this way. Ooh, Jeb, stop fighting me. And yeah, stop that. Oh, okay, maybe I do need SAS. SAS SOS. Ooh, I have no control over this rocket. Right, okay, let's put it there, and like the other rocket, and like the other booster, and see, because we've got a fair amount of fuel. Actually, that's maybe. We're not at apoapsis yet. Let's wait till we get a little bit higher up here, because the higher you are up in your flight, the more effect boosting like that has on your has on raising your periapsis. So apoapsis is the top of your orbit, and the periapsis is the bottom of your orbit, which is currently about here, only partway through the planet. So we need to get a bit more speed out of this. I think that's nearly high enough though. So let's yeah, that's definitely high enough. Let's whack the engine back up to full. Now what we really don't want to do is run out of fuel when we're in orbit. Okay, so we haven't made it to orbit. So we are going to be touching down again. That's fine. It's going to be right over there. We're not quite going to make it to that other landmass. But you know what? We are in space, so it's time to do some more science. So we would like to do a crew report from up here. So we're still in the upper atmosphere. That's disappointing. I thought I was hoping we'd have made it to space with that, but apparently not. So we're still going to get a couple of science from that. So that's it's not completely wasted, but I was hoping to get quite a bit more. Oh, we've done that one already. And this one, log pressure data. No, we've done that one as well. Okay, well that was mildly disappointing. I guess we're just going to have to fly over and then come back down to Earth. I mean, come back down to Kerbin with a bump, and try again with more boosters. We'll get rid of that bit because we don't need it anymore. Whoop. Flip round like that. So we're pointing the heat shield in the appropriate direction. And yeah, that's disappointing. I was hoping we'd have made it out of the atmosphere with that flight, but no such lucks. But never mind. We'll have another go in a moment once we touch down again. Yeah, maybe I did need the 3 thumpers on that to get it up high enough, or just a bit more fuel in the second stage. Ooh, now we're getting toasty. Let's point at retrograde. There we go. So, retrograde, is that the word? Point the back end of the capsule in the direction it's going, so all the heat gets taken on the heat shield, which is currently, yeah, you see, it's not ablating very quickly. I didn't need 80. I don't think we could have survived with a lot less than that. But we have made a milestone. We've gone distance record of 100 kilometers. Yay! Well, we went up and we did quite a lot of across with that flight as well. So I'm not too surprised we got a decent amount of distance out of that. Yeah, so there we go. We've managed our we've used less than 2 of the ablative heat shield in slowing that down. I think we can perhaps bring a little bit less next time. Although next time we are going to hopefully be going quite a bit faster because we do want to get to orbit, and orbit is quite a bit faster than that. Still many thousands of kilometers up, and by many I mean 11. This seems like a good point to open the chute. And oh dear, I was in time. Had warp turned on too high, and that went badly. You know what? Let's just try this again with a better rocket this time. So this didn't have enough oomph to get us to space. So what do we want? The question is, what do we want to do to get this to go a little bit faster? I could put some more thumpers around this one. So an obvious thing to do would be just to go, well, if it's not getting to space like this, let's do that. That's going to have 4 times the thrust. It's going to go much higher and much faster. But we were already getting quite a lot of heat on the way up, so I think that's a bad idea. We won't do that. We'll take that off for now. So what I'm going to do instead, take that off as well. I think the best answer is going to be to put some more fuel, to put some additional fuel. Actually, no, the best answer is going to be to go off and buy some bigger fuel tanks. So let's do that first, and we'll see how the ship goes from there. So back over to the R&D area. I would like some bigger fuel tanks because that one was a nonsense. So this one is a significantly bigger one. So we'll buy that. This is the construction thing that I need for holding the side of the ship that I was trying to do. We've got some more science stuff over here, but I can't afford that. Flight control can't afford that. Okay, so that's all I can get at the moment with the amount of science I've got. So now I need to stop messing around and just actually build a rocket that will go to space. So you have just the small fuel tank. So we're going to get rid of that and put in a 400 ton or 400 arbitrary unit tank. Then I'll put the it turned out the Reliant was more efficient up in space, wasn't it? Because that had the better ISP in a vacuum. No, sorry, the Swift 310, 320. Yes, that's the better one in a vacuum. So we'll go with that, and we will go with 2 thumpers because I've made the rocket quite a bit heavier. So we'll stick on a couple of the side coupling. Couplings. A couple of radial couplings. That's interesting use of language. And then a couple of the giant thumper boosters on the side, just because they're comical. There we go. And you know what? I'll give them nose cones as well, just because they look silly without. They look pretty silly with as well, to be honest. But you know, that's going to help a bit. Okay, so hopefully this will be enough for orbit. We've got 4 times the. No, we've got double the amount of oomph here. So we've got double the amount. We've got two of these thumpers. So that's twice as much lift from those, and we've got twice as much fuel in here. So twice as much delta V available there. But obviously the craft now weighs almost twice as much. So maybe. Let's find out. Let's see how this one goes. Oh, and let's check my staging first as well. Okay, boost those ones first, then feed through to there, yeah, then fire that one, then detach that, then parachute, then detach that. Good, that's all set up correctly. Oh, I was going to shrink down the heat shield, wasn't I? So we didn't need 80. Let's take 20. That's probably a sensible amount. Okay, let's launch and see what happens. Can't launch. Oh, okay. My launch pad isn't upgraded enough for this. Can I afford to upgrade the launch pad? Let's find out. Launch pad. Where's the upgrade button? Have I clicked on the right thing here? Probably not. Right, oh, there we go. You right click on it, and that costs 50 grand to upgrade. Okay, I've got 300 grand. Let's have an upgrade. There we go. If in doubt, just spend money, just throw money at it. Then you go and have a much bigger rocket, much better. Right, so let's launch the Untitled. Once we start doing slightly longer missions, I might start asking you guys to name my rockets. But at this point, it's a little bit pointless. They're just the landing pad does look much nicer now as it's been modernised slightly. Jeb looks a little bit bored down there, but that's fine. It's not quite high enough up for an EVA yet, for it to count as an EVA from somewhere new. Right, so we're going to do what we did before. Don't need that one on, it doesn't do anything. So we're going to fly up a little way. Big rockets is a good way to clear out an old launch pad to make room for a better one. Yes, that's very true. I mean, we do actually have flame diverters and trenches on this launch pad, so we're probably going to be okay. But yes, if we wanted to get rid of the old launch pad, then a very large rocket would be a good way to do it. Okay, let's go. So heading upwards. Let's get a bit of height first, and a bit more height. Maybe at about 1,000 meters, then I'll start the gravity turn. So about here. My craft does not really want a gravity turn, but with a little bit of encouragement, we'll be able to pull it over a little bit. Woo! And it's not entirely happy. It's not doing too badly actually. It was going a little bit sideways, but mostly it's flying in about the direction I want it. It's mostly flying in the direction I want it to. Where direction I wanted to is kind of mostly upwards. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll go with this. There we go. Get rid of those. Whoa! What did that hit? Okay, we shall not be going to space today. One of those rocket boosters hit my engines on the way out. I think I'll just revert that one, to be honest. Actually, let's revert to assembly bay, and we'll move those thumpers down a bit, because clearly the problem there was that as it detached, it smacked onto this because it's so high up. So if we put this down here instead, like, it won't let me because it's a sod. You know I want you to just be down a bit further, don't you? Okay, let's try and remember how to use the. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I don't want to make an aeroplane out of it. Ah, this is what I was looking for. These tools, they were hidden behind the Kerbal engineer. Let's move him over there. So tool place, tool move. Okay, so if I select that, and then offset it downwards a bit like that. There we go. That's a lot more sensible. I'll put it a little bit higher. There we go. The only problem with this is that because of the position of this, there's going to be quite a strong torque between the. In fact, you know. Between the because the motor, the rocket is going to be pushing upwards, and because it's pulling here, it's going to naturally pull them inwards. But they're kind of balanced. I could put a strut between. I don't know if I've even got struts yet. Let's just go with that. Let's see if that works better. Yes, it all went a little bit Kerbal, but then what do you expect? It turns out it is in fact rocket science. Or actually, rocket science. I'm sure there was someone who said rocket science isn't actually that complicated. It's rocket engine. It's just sort of push hot gases downwards, rocket goes upwards. It's rocket engineering that's the hard part. Right, let's go. Yeah, you see them. You saw them wobble out a little bit as they ignited, which is mildly unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Let's give it a little bit of a nudge over to the east. Yeah, east. No, west. In order to do the gravity, get some gravity. No, east. Get some gravity assist off this. heading up. Oop, that's made it to 4,000, 5,000 meters. Going well so far. I do want to tilt the rocket over a little bit. I don't want it to go straight up and down. That would be not the point of this flight. It doesn't want to turn. I have no control authority over this thing. Maybe I should have put some aero on it. There we go. Successful detachment that time. And we're still basically going straight up. That's not quite what I intended. Oh well. We do still have another engine, so we can throttle that one up. Give it a little bit of a burn to get us into an actual arc, and then throttle that back down again. Doop. Right. So, how are we doing? We've got a reasonable arch this time. I mean, it looks like it's going fairly high, but I think I said that last time. What's my apoapsis? Do I have a mod installed that will tell me useful things like that? It's an alarm clock. That's resources, messages, contracts, money, about my ship, message. Kerbal engine? No, I don't seem to have anything that will tell me how high my apoapsis is, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, I think you need to buy an upgrade to the tracking center to get that sort of useful information. Okay, so we'll carry on up here like this, and then when we get to the top of here, we can do a bit of a burn. But it sounds like we've got to. Oop, that's not the button I meant to press. That's the button I meant to press. It sounds like we've got to orbit, by which I mean in orbit, and everyone can hear your music. So while we're up here, we'll do a crew report. The sky is very much below us. Lovely. And a pressure data. The instrument reads 0. It's as if it were in a vacuum. Yes, very good. You're the one who told me to take a barometer to orbit. Collection record temperature. No funny box text there. And observe the mystery goo. I think it freezes when you get up to this sort of height. Oh no, it clumps into a sphere and has become brittle. There we go. So it's frozen essentially. You get 10, and you get 10 science for that. And also we need to get Jeb out to have a look around. EVA, please. Oh, cannot disembark while off Kerbin service. Astronaut complex. Okay, I'm going to need to upgrade my astronauts apparently before I can get any useful information up here. But that's okay. I'm going to be coming back here later. So that's sort of okay. Ooh, let's have a look at the map. How high? Ooh, nearly there. Nearly forgot about lighting the boosters again. So, one of the most important thing to make sure here is that I don't overcook it and use up all the fuel in trying to circularize my orbit and not have enough to get back home again. That would be unfortunate, and Jeb would probably never forgive me. Although I could send a rescue mission up. That's a very Kerbal thing to have to do. Okay, I think that's high enough. Let's. There's a keyboard shortcut for max throttle, but I can't remember what it is. Alright, so keeping an eye on the liquid fuel over here. And also watching out for the periapsis to, perry. Not too optimistic about this. Nope, still not quite got enough oomph to get us to orbit. That's a shame. Oh well. While we're up here, though, I'll carry on letting that run. In fact, we'll just use up the rest. Okay, we have used up all the rest of the fuel, so we're gonna make it over to this continent over here. So I might get a milestone achievement for that one, and also we can do the. Oh, I'm not going to get to splash down. Probably, I can't remember where the. No, I think we're going to touch down on the ground over here. So we're not going to get to do that other mission I had. The other what's it called? Contract that I'd picked out. Because I wanted that one. I wanted to splash down and then use the decoupler. Oh well, never mind. This is Kerbal 1, Mark. Apparently Kerbal 2 is both buggy, unoptimized, and extremely hard on your computer. And given my computer isn't that amazing, I thought best to stick with Kerbal 1. Also, I already have Kerbal 1, and so I didn't have to buy anything new. It's a lot of fun though. I am currently drifting in deep space with not a care in the world, or care out of the world, in fact. Oh look, we can see the galaxy from here as well, and the moon. That's moon with a U umlaut. Probably can't see Minmus from here because it's so small and so far away. But there's the moon. That is one of my objectives for this evening. I would like to get there. Whether that'll actually happen, we shall see later. As it is now, I don't think there's anything else for me to do, so let's accelerate the time a bit and try and get to back down to the ground. Oh, I should get rid of that as well because I've used up all the fuel. And we should point the back end of the capsule towards in the direction we're going, so we can use the heat shield. Yeah, exactly. Kerbal 2 is as I say, not sort of is having issues from what I've heard. I've seen a number of streamers I'm aware of have gone off and played it, and they say yes, they can see lots of potential in it. There's lots of very nice stuff, but it's not really there yet. I'm also glowing a very fetching red colour from my microphone. I should probably go and turn the light on. How fast is time going at the moment? Okay, we'll drop down to normal speed, and there we go. There's the lighting up the heat shield. It's going down a lot quicker this time. We're traveling a lot faster, so we're burning through a lot more heat shield. But I think the 20 I put on there is going to be enough. I might nudge that up to 40 for when we actually try and go orbital, because that's burning off very, very quickly. And I'd rather have too much than too little. I really, really would. But we've got 1,600 meters per second to burn off, and 23,000 meters of altitude as well. So it's going to be you've got some way to go. But as you can see, we've managed to burn through most of that now. And then things calm down a bit. Okay, the red light over here means I can't pop my chute yet because because we're still far too high up, and it'll go no. So we're still going to. It's either we're too high or too fast, one or the other. And there we go. It's now gone grey, meaning I can use it. I can pop it if I want. Let's get rid of the heat shield just to get rid of some unnecessary weight. And now we can drift back down again. No, this is not my first time playing. I'm certainly not a Kerbal expert. I've played sort of bits of. I've played a fair amount of it. But nothing compared to people like Scott Manley or Matt Lone. I've got a sort of a vague idea of what I'm doing, but it's been quite a long time, and I've also decided to start again because I couldn't remember where I got to, and the only save game I found was from quite a long. It wasn't all that far in, so I thought, you know what, let's just start from scratch for the stream. So I have a vague idea of what I'm doing. Oh, that didn't jettison for. Oh, I see, it jettisoned, but it's got stuck on the bottom of the capsule. Let's try. There we go. Kerbal physics. Right, so I'm 4,500 meters up. I should probably. I don't know how far below the ground is because that's my altitude above sea level. So it's quite dark. I can't see where I'm going. So let's pop the chute now. And this is more of a problem when you're trying to land on land propulsively, like on the moon, rather than landing with a parachute, because the parachute you just open whenever. Whereas if you're landing on another planetoid, if you're landing propulsively, then I realised just as I was standing up, I can't keep talking like I would with a headset microphone because the microphone didn't go with me. Yeah, if you're trying to land propulsively, you need to have a pretty good idea of how far above the ground you are. And I don't think the game gives you that. But there is a mod for that, as they say. But, yeah. Ooh, broken a distance record of 100 kilometres. Yay! Delete that. Okay. Oh, right. Ah, thank you. I knew there had to be a way to. I thought there had to be a way to. I thought there was a way to do it, but I couldn't remember what it was. So, thank you, much appreciated. Oh, that was some random part of my my craft blowing up as it hit the ground, but not the bit I wanted. Not the bit I need, rather. I don't believe Mark is planning to stream Pionodons. I'm willing to be corrected if I'm wrong there, but I think it's a sort of a game for him to play in his idle hours rather than one where he wants to be tied to a specific stream schedule. He's got enough of that sort of nonsense with our K2SE run. Come on, a bit more time, please. Bump. There we go. That has actually landed despite how the graphics appear. So let's come back over here. Let's pop the get the guy out. There we go. And from here I would like to do an EVA report because we're in a completely new place. EVA report. Oh no, we're not. We're still in the grasslands. Alright, there's nothing exciting to find here. Let's get back on board and recover the vessel. It's a directional microphone, so if I move over to the side of it like this, then you're not going to be able to hear me quite as well. But yeah, it'd probably pick me up, especially if I raise my voice a little bit. But I don't know. Right, so that's 36 science earned from that. So that was mostly from basically the higher you get, the further from Kerbin you get, the better, the more science you get for each experiment you run. So for example, here we go. You see, I got 10 just for running the mystery goo, which is quite nice. What Marcus is saying there is he's not as good at just babbling on and on and on endlessly as I am. Babbling is, yes, useful. Right, so I need to upgrade my astronauts. That was the thing we discovered, which is another 75,000. I'm ripping through my money here. That's a little bit alarming. Hopefully I'm going to have enough to build the next rocket and actually, you know, get to space so I can get some more funding from that. Or I might have to start doing more of these. I suppose these ones, the idea is you make an aeroplane and you fly over there, but I'm always really bad at working out where is Site ZTV6. I don't know. Presumably it'd be shown on the map here. Okay, you go over there. Yes, tracking station. I know. Okay. Right. So the locations it wants me to go to do the experiment. There's ZTV6. So I could fly. I could try and make an aeroplane and fly it over to here and over to here and over to here to get all the bits of miscellaneous information. I'm not very good at flying aeroplanes though, so we'll consider that to be an emergency. If we completely run out of money and I'm really struggling, then I'll try and make a small stop with camel or something and fly it out over there. No, it wouldn't be a stop with camel. I think everything is jet powered in this game, or jet or rocket powered. R&D. What do you upgrade for here? Oh, I see. Search science limits. Okay, that's fine. We're not touching that for a while. Space planes, mission control. Yeah, let's have a quick look. Is there anything else in here that I want to do? Getting this liquid fuel engine down again is going to be the tricky part. Testing the thumper at triggering a thumper at above 1,000 meters seems reasonable. The trick is going to be getting there and not doing more than 150 meters per second when we arrive. But okay, let's give that a try. And let's go in here and make a slightly bigger rocket because this one wasn't quite big enough. Oh, okay. I've got the Historic Flights DLC. I don't have the No, sorry, no, I haven't. I've got Breaking Ground. I haven't got Historic Flights. So there's more science I can do on other planets, which might be where these things came from. I still haven't worked out what to do with those. But I haven't got the Historic Flights one. Right, what was I doing? Oh yes, coupling. I want to put on another pair of couplers here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put those like that. Then I'm going to get another pair of thumpers. Thumpers. And put them on there. And these are going to be a separate thumper group. Okay, they can be the prime. Yeah, let's put that there. And then so we'll fire those, then decouple all of them at once they're done. That is not in the right place. Snap onto that. There we go. Now I'll use the moveometron to take these down a little bit so it's not quite so ridiculous, and they don't blow my rocket up when they detach. And I'll give them nose cones because I'm nice like that. Aero. Nose cones on there. So once again, significant increases of everythingness here. Let's take that off. Let's put another one of these FL400 fuel tank, the biggest fuel tanks I can manage so far. Let's chuck that in there. If this can't get to space, then I'm going to despair and go and cry in a corner. If this can't get to orbit, then I'm going to go and cry in a corner because this is quite a big rocket now. For this stage of the game, it's not actually that big as general, but you know, you hopefully know what I'm trying to say. Right, it's also going to be a bit overpowered, and we might be going rather quick as we get up there. But I was going to increase the amount of heat shield I have. I forgot about that. Revert to vehicle assembly. Sorry. Right, so you in there, heat shield. Let's take you up to 40 points. I think 40 is plenty, because there's still not that much stuff on this rocket. Oh, sorry, there's not that much stuff on the top of the rocket that's going to be coming back down again. It's not like I'm trying to recover any of it yet. So, Yes, let's go. So the hope. What was my objective? That's the manual. That was not the button I meant to click. Here we go. Contracts. So that's. Oh. Okay, I didn't hit the speed in the particular speed in the particular altitude levelness. Haven't done the stability enhancer now. Haven't done the decoupler in splashdown. Test the thumper at 1,000 meters, doing less than 150. Well, let's see if we can. let's see if that happens. And also, I need to use the decoupler at that height. Maybe I'll do that if I don't seem to be coming down in the right place. Let's just go. Right, and I want to try and orbit Kerbin. Yeah, I mean, there was the XKCD a while back where Randall was saying that he had a graph of how much he knew about orbital mechanics, and there was sort of undergrad degree, master's degree, actually working at NASA, playing Kerbal space program. There's massive increase. So yeah, I mean, I learned probably everything I know about orbital mechanics. Well, nearly everything I know about orbital mechanics from playing Kerbal Space Program, and the rest I probably learned from watching Scott Manley videos. So it was 1,000 meters. I'm not sure we're going to be going fast enough at this rate. Oh no, we are. Yeah, there we go. There's 50. I haven't turned that on. There we go. Let's turn that on. 1,000. Trigger. Boom, there we go. That's completed that mission now. So we've got, yeah, unfortunately I can't get rid of these two when they burn out. I should have done the staging somewhat differently. Maybe I can do it manually. We'll find out in a minute. Or maybe it would just release one of them and the whole thing will fall over. There we go. So it's these ones are stopped. There is a detachmentron here. Nope, the whole thing's falling over. The whole thing's falling over. Decouple that one as well. There we go. No, it's fine. I wanted a bit of sideways velocity. Admittedly, that I wasn't planning to do it quite like that, but whatever. Right. There we go. Get rid of those now, and we've now got the. Actually, let's throttle down for now. Point the rocket over. All right, we'll point it this way since this is the direction it's already going in. About here. There we go. That's horizontal. So when we get up to maximum altitude, that'll be apoapsis. That'll be about right. So there we go. We've now got an apo of I don't know what height because I haven't been able to afford to upgrade my tracking center yet to find out to get all those useful little bits of information. I'm currently playing in pauper mode, unfortunately. But how do you rotate the map sensibly? You don't, I think, is the answer. Okay, so as we get higher up, sooner or later I'll relight the liquid fuel engine here, and we can get that, hopefully get that orbital velocity out of this damn thing this time. There's not going to be any more research to do at this point because we're still just in space, which is where we've been here before. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. So, for example, if I ask for a crew report, yeah, we don't get any extra science for this because we've been in space near Kerbin before. Yeah. Go away. Reset. Okay. Back to the map view. So we've got a little bit of drift to do because, as I said, learned everything I know about orbital mechanics from playing this game. And one of the things I know is that if you want to use your fuel as efficiently as possible, you want to try and basically when you do a burn, it changes the height of the opposite point on your trajectory. So if you do a burn at apoapsis, it raises your periapsis. If you do a burn at periapsis, it raises or lowers your apoapsis. I'm pointed in basically the right direction here. Let's let that come down to about here. Let's put the rocket the other way up. There we go. There we go. It's the right way up now. Much nicer. Got the blue side up, brown side down. Feels much more as it should. I've got quite a lot of fuel though, so I think I need to light this. Yes, I certainly could have assigned a button to detach the two boosters at once. If I'd set up the staging initially, like I should have done. There we go. Boost. Oh, that's a bit early actually. Yes, if I'd set the staging up properly when I was designing the rocket, yes, absolutely trivially. From already in flight, I'm not sure if you can do it once it's already too late, which it very much was. because I was in flight. Right, let's see how we go. Have we got enough fuel and enough oomph? If I've managed to get a bit more horizontal velocity out, I've gone too high, basically. We are currently 172,000 meters up, which is far more than I need to be, especially as I'm still, well, let's drift a little bit closer to the apoapsis before I do another boost, before I do some more boost, rather. If I'd used more of the oomph from those solid rockets, getting horizontal distance rather than vertical, horizontal speed rather than vertical distance, or vertical speed, you know what I mean. One becomes the other. That's how physics works. If I'd used a bit more of the thrust to get more horizontal velocity, then I'd probably be in orbit by now with loads and loads of fuel left. But yeah, there's a bit of poor flying on my... Well, it's a combination of two things. It's poor flying and poor rocket design. If I designed the rocket a bit better, then it would have been a bit more controllable. I'd have not wasted as much fuel. It wouldn't have gone when I detached one of the boosters. So, yeah, if I don't make it this time, then I'll go back. I'll improve the design of the rocket a little bit. And then I think there's more than enough thrust and power in this thing to achieve orbit. I just haven't flown it very well. When you say the visuals, do you mean the visuals because it's overly complicated, or the visuals because it's a little dated and possibly dated and ugly? Because I mean, I could sort of see what you mean with either. You also have to be at least a bit of a rocket nerd to enjoy playing it, I think. Maybe quite a lot of a rocket nerd, ideally. Right, keep an eye on the liquid fuel over there. Let's pull that back down again because we're now quite a long way from the apoapsis, so I want to let the craft drift round to about here. So let's speed time up a little bit, and then give it another good boost. I reckon I've got enough oomph here to actually achieve orbit. So I'll get back around. Was there anything that went well? Cheeky sod. Yes, we have achieved orbit. That has gone well. There we go. I've achieved my goal. So, to you, I've definitely achieved my goal. This view, the map view, yes, it is quite simplistic, and I don't know what. But the in-game view is, which admittedly you spend more time on the map view than the in-game view. The in-game view is okay for when it came out. When was KSP released? I have no idea. If anyone wants to look it up and tell me, then I would mildly appreciate it. So I'm. Oh, the HUD elements. Yeah, it is a little dated, I guess. I'm sure there's a mod for that, because this is KSP. There's mods for bloomin' everything in this game. It's almost as moddy as Factorio. So that's what I say. Yeah, the funny thing about orbital mechanics is once you've got your the opposite side of your orbit out to further than off the ground and out further than your current side, it goes in and out really, really quickly. So without all that much burning, you notice it sort of was growing slowly, and suddenly, shoof, it shot out the other side. That's apparently the way orbital mechanics works, and it makes it really, really hard to to circularize your orbit, especially when it won't tell you what your apo and periapses are. So that's fine. Yep, it didn't explode. I think that went quite well. The it didn't explode was something that actually went well. Yes, very good. I think this was a good mission. I wasn't fully in control of the rocket, but then whoever is, and I achieved a goal here of orbiting Kerbin, which is my main objective. I managed to test the Thumper solid fuel booster. That was the bit that made the whole flight into a little bit of a mess. If it hadn't been for trying to test this booster, then I'd have fired all four of them from the beginning and gone, and it would have been a little bit more organised. So that would have worked slightly more neatly. But I should have put some what do you call it? Aileron, flaps. You can tell because my hands are doing this. No, some flaps on the back of the rocket, so to give it a little bit more control authority, rather than just relying on the on the gimbaling of the rocket engines. So the question is, will we manage to do about 2,000 meters per second at about 60,000 meters up? I don't know. That's sort of not entirely under my control. We'll find out if that happens. We probably won't do this one this time, but we will hopefully land in the water and do this one. So that should earn me a decent chunk of change, and I can then go on and try and work out what the next objective is. Mid-2015 for the release date. Okay, so yeah, a bit like Factorio officially was released in 2020 or 2019, 2021 or 19, somewhere around then, I suppose. But again, was also in beta for a long time before that. I think Kerbal was kind of similar. Right. Well, I am currently very, very high. I guess what we'll do is we'll since he's got up here like this, we'll do a complete orbit of. I was going to say a complete orbit of Norbit. No, this isn't Norvis. This is the other game. We shall do a complete orbit of Kerbin, and then we'll try and land in the sea fairly close to the spaceport. Because the closer you land, the cheaper it is to recover the capsule. That said, I'm not actually recovering very much here because most of it has been. Most of it I just threw away on the way up because that's how you do rocketry in the early days. And in fact, that's how everybody except SpaceX does rocketry. So, yeah, I'm in good company. There we go. That's an orbit and a half. Let's start thinking about going home. So, home is in fact here. So I reckon if I start my burn about here probably. Obviously retro burn. That'll slow it down, so we'll lose velocity until we drop below the speed that's required to keep us up in space, and then fall down to the ground. And there's a nice big patch of sea to hit over here for a good splashdown and test of that decoupler in the water. So the boffins can discover if the decoupler actually works when you're in the water. So yeah, speed up again. Round to about... Yeah, this seems about right. Flip the whole thing round. Hang on, is that retrograde? I think... Whoa. Is retrograde the right word? I know it's retro something anyway. I forget the term. Hello, Potato. Welcome. Yes, there are, I think there is actually a mod for Factorio that allows you to... Yes, I'm going the correct way. There is a mod for Factorio that allows you to link Factorio and KSP. So you make rocket parts in Factorio, and then you spend those in KSP to actually fly stuff. No, I think I want to go a little bit further before I drop out the sky from here. And I think that does sound like quite a lot of fun. But from what I gathered, the mod wasn't actually quite as interesting as I'd like it to be. So in theory, it would probably work, but it's not as glorious as you'd hope. Okay, so Dyson Sphere program, the sequel. Maybe. We've had two RUDs so far, I would say. Well, no, 1.5. So one of them was caused by me not triggering the parachute early enough because I had time acceleration turned up too high, and the other one was. It wasn't the half was when I detached some rocket boosters, and one of them clipped the main body of the rocket on its way down. Didn't destroy the capsule, so the Kerbal was absolutely fine from that, but it was still a bit messy and unfortunate. Right, let's bring this back down out of space. I'm hoping I've got enough fuel left to do it from here, and I think I probably have. It's not the ideal place. Over here would be the cheapest place to bring the orbit down, but I think let's find out. Yeah, oodles of fuel. So bring all that in. Well, in fact, I'll do quite a lot of braking as well here. With the, in fact, no, that's enough. I need to make sure I do need to make sure I fall in the water though for that test we're doing. So we're going to hit the atmosphere probably about here. And the thing is, when you hit the atmosphere, that kind of slows you down a bit. So instead of following this nice, neat trajectory that would bring me down over here and hit, I have no idea what that is. It's dark over there, which is very unhelpful. But we'll hit a sort of point about here, and then it'll go, ugh, and the trajectory will drop down, and we'll land hopefully in the sea somewhere around here. I don't really care exactly where. Hey Potato, yes, you are possibly the only person who's talking on Twitch, I'm afraid. I have a bit, my viewers are split between Twitch and YouTube, about 50-50 actually, so it's just that the chatty people are, oh yeah, so yes, hello General Kenobi, yeah, okay, I missed the, it's not older meme, but it checks out, as they say. What was I saying? Yeah, most people are on. Most people who are talking are on YouTube, but there are actually more people watching on Twitch. They're just not being very chatty. Okay, so I am still 183,000 meters up, which is quite a lot. But there we go. There's There's good old Kerbin down below us. We're going to drift a little bit further, and then I'll probably fire the boosters a bit more once we actually over the water to make sure we land where I want us to. I say we in that way that streamers do when they actually mean I. But you're all along for the ride, so yeah, you totally count as well. Maybe I should see. Can you read? I wonder if you can rename Kerbals, because if so, I should probably rename all of my Kerbals after you guys. Also, I don't have very much fuel left. Let's see what we can do with this. Oh no, we don't have any fuel left at all. Okay, well, there's no point in having all of this dead weight along with us then, so we'll just drop that. There goes the booster. We'll drop that back down. It'll burn up. Don't worry, it'll burn up on re-entry and explode and just scatter little fragments of metal all over the ground. We're not leaving it up in space for a bit of Kessler syndrome. No, I think what you mean there, Alexander, is all the people who natter are on YouTube. Oh no, your message with a link didn't post. I'll have to. Yeah, so there. I'm aware you can hit KSP with a lot of mods. I put a few in for sort of quality of life ones. I didn't really have time for the other for the rest of it because I don't know. I just don't seem to have any time at the moment. Basically. No, still nothing. Yeah, work has been rather busy this week. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. So I haven't done. So I'm just sort of. Yeah, this is just a sort of very much an impromptu stream. I installed the game and thought, right, here we go. Let's play the game. I think one of the things I don't like about this is that you can't. If you're landing on the dark side of a planet, you can't tell where you're going. This should turn into a map or something like that, perhaps. Or a wireframe view, because at the moment I have almost no idea what's going on. But never mind. Let's speed time up a bit because I'm getting impatient again. Ooh, bump! There's the atmosphere. Right, so we've now hit the atmosphere. I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly cautiously optimistic that we are still over water. We'll see as we come down, I guess. Natter basically means talk in a sort of a casual chatting way. It is very much slang, but and very much English slang, I would say. But yeah, that's essentially what it means. So I wanted but the pun fitted quite nicely. Oh, we've got 4.5 science from upper atmosphere over here. Nice, we'll keep that. And while we're setting fire to the outside of the ship, let's observe the mystery goo and see if that tells us anything. It's very cold apparently, which is interesting given all this plasma that's going on around it. If I get the camera in here, yes, there we go. I can log the temperature here as well. There's no science available for that though. And log pressure data. No science available for that either. Okay. Altitude still 33,000 or so. Got quite a lot of heat coming in down here. But I mean that's kind of what this thing is for. It's probably a good thing I bumped that up to 40 units of ablator, to be honest, because we're getting through that fairly quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if that drops below 20 before things start to cool down a little bit. Yes, the scrap will generally burn up in the atmosphere. It'll be fine. Let's not worry about that. So decoupler splashdown is the one I'm planning to do. We've got the decoupler attached and staged in a weird way like that, so that's what I can do that. We can also trigger a decoupler at 39,000 to 42,000 meters whilst doing. Oh, that was a lot higher. That was ages ago. We're way past that. All right, we'll try that on another mission because we're not. I've deliberately brought it along to do this challenge up here. 7,000. I'll pop the chute at about 5,000, I think. In fact, we can jettison the heat shield just to get rid of the extra weight, and then do the. Oh, no, we can't roll over to get rid of it. Never mind. It'll just stay there, stuck to the bottom by air pressure then until we pop the chute like that. Oh, and even then, it's still stuck to the craft by air pressure. Lovely. Can we sort of nudge it sideways? Go on, get off. Nope, I can't get rid of my ablative heat shield. It's just sort of stuck. Go on, get off with you. There, there we go. Now let's try and get us the right way up again so we don't have parachute problems. I'm very surprised those strings didn't tangle. Oh, open chute, and yeah, those numbers look exactly the same. So I think we are indeed going to splash down in the water. Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. There's definitely water down there. I can see it clearly now with a lovely tiled texture. And there goes the heat shield. Ploosh. There we go. Right, so we're going to drift down under the chute and land nice and neatly. I don't know what Colibri Day is to know what the NATO would mean. Have I accidentally just sworn at all you German chaps? Yeah, there is, as I say, there's a lot of stuff for making KSP prettier. Maybe if I was saying if I play it again next week, maybe I'll install some of it. But I was probably not going to play it next week because I think I had a vote. Basically, I set up some votes on the Discord, and we had 3 games. Won the voting. KSP was one of them. Surgeon Simulator was the second, and I think Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 was the third one. So I'll need to pick between the other 2 for next week and see what I feel like playing. Am I in an interesting place now for getting temperature readings? Yes. Ooh, we'll have that. And what about pressure readings while I'm here? Log pressure data. No, nothing useful there. Well, you wouldn't want your sailing boat to catch fire and to overheat at any point, would you? So a heat shield would be very, very useful. And splash. There we go. Any interesting pressure data here? There is some interesting pressure data here. Well, that's nice. I'll have that. We've already done the goo phase. Is there anything crew reportable? Oh, no, never mind. Now we need to trigger this while we're here. There we go, and that's got me the test the decoupler while splashed down. So this has been quite a good mission, I think. We've completed the solid fuel booster. We've completed the Thumper research project. We've done the Orbit Kerbin. We've done Orbit Kerbin again, apparently, so we get another set of rewards from that. Lovely. We've got entered an orbit and we returned to the surface from orbit, so we get loads of money from that. Wow, this is going to keep us going. This is how you stay solvent. We've taken a heat shield into flight above Kerbin, and that apparently was good. And we've tested the decoupler down on splashdown. That was good as well. So right, we've made an absolute fortune from this mission. That was really good. I have not tried Parkitect. There's another roller coaster game around at the moment, isn't there? I can't remember what it is. Or maybe I'm thinking of 2 Point Hospital as being the successor to Theme Hospital. I don't remember. Yeah, 3, I remember the 3D-ness made lining things up a little bit more awkward, so it was a bit fiddly. I haven't played a huge amount of it, and I haven't played it for a very long time. So it was one of those, I was going through my Steam library and going, what looks interesting? What do I think I could be? What do I think would be a vaguely interesting game to stream and would also be worth, that I already have, and that would work as a one-off. So here we go. 10 science from getting a vessel that went to orbit. Nice. Another sort of smattering of science. Another sort of 17 science from bits and pieces from just looking around a bit. Lovely. I'm surprised I didn't get more from space, but I suppose I'd already been up to space. So yeah. Parts, don't really care. Crew, right. Okay, so Jeb has got another XP, gained another XP, and he's advanced to level 1. He is now a level 1 pilot. Lovely. Now let's have a look at the astronaut. No, this isn't what I want. I didn't want to go in here. I wanted to look at I wanted to consider upgrading the astronaut complex. Oh, and it's already level 2. Oh, I could have got Jeb out when he was up in space and done an EVA up there. Oh well, we'll be going to space again. It's fine. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I haven't actually tried Parkitect. It might be interesting to look into. Yeah, the other half has been playing 2 Point Hospital a bit, and she seems to be quite enjoying it. So, I haven't actually played it myself. But I suppose actually I could add that in there and nick her Steam account. That's a possibility. But yeah, stopping playing Factorio is difficult. I mean, I should probably be spending my time at the moment playing making more Factorio videos because that's what mostly keeps the channel running. But yeah, c'est la vie. This is fun too. So. The next thing to do is to think about going to one of the moons, and Kerbin. Let's go off and actually look at the universe while I talk about it. Kerbin has 2 moons, unlike our a certain planet we know of as Earth. There's this one here, the Mun. I think it's supposed to have an umlaut over it, so it is sort of more or less pronounced moon rather than mun. I'm sure the Germans will correct me if I've got the pronunciation wrong there. And then there's also Minmus over here. And whilst Minmus is much further away, and so you need a much bigger rocket, massively more delta V to get you over there. When you do get there, it's much easier to land because it's so small. I don't know. It is really small, and therefore it's really easy to land on because you hardly need any thrust to keep your ship under control. Whereas the Mun or the Moon is significantly more difficult to land on because it's simply because it's bigger. It's also really easy to get back from Minmus because you're really high up, and so you've got the gravity well will just bring you straight back home again. So I'm probably going to go to Minmus first. Part of me wants to get upgrade to the bigger rocket pod first, so I can take an engineer along with me, and therefore be able to do more researches. See. Recommend Parkitect over Rollercoaster Tycoon 3. I mean, that's fair, except I already have Rollercoaster Tycoon 3, so you know, cheaper the game you've got, this sort of thing. And it was for a one-off. Here, let's just play this game for a bit type stream, rather than doing anything particularly, rather than trying to turn it into a massive series. That said, I mean, it could be quite fun to play. Right, so let's say we're going to try and go to Minmus first. That's quite a long way away. Is he going to tell me any useful information over here about it, like delta V to get there? No, don't think so. But one thing I have learned is we need to do some upgrading before we go there, just to help my sanity. Oh, congratulations, Alexander! Well done on getting the getting your first space station up and running. When you say non-Norvian, are you referring to? I assume you're referring to in Norbit, the space station, as opposed to your first outpost on another planet. Did you follow my advice in the video and go off to the asteroid belt first to pick up the free spaceship? I'm going to upgrade the tracking station because I have loads of money at the moment, and so you know I might as well. And that now gives me a bit more. Hopefully, will give me. Oh well, for one thing, I found more exoplanets. I think, hard to tell. But now I think I should be able to, when I'm flying, I should be able to get more useful information about what my ship's doing when I want to mess around with the boost, that sort of thing. So good, we'll get rid of that again. Okay. Oh, actually, while you're here, Alexander, I should probably say thank you for the microphone as well. So everyone say thank you to Alexander for donating, essentially donating a microphone to the channel. I'm sort of assuming you're that Alexander, and if you're not, then that's going to be very awkward, and I apologise. Right, so no, let's go in here again. Oh, you've gone to a different planet. Ah, no, not Norbit. You've gone to another planet. Nice. So I'm going to guess it's probably the Vulcanite moon that's around Norvis. In our game, it's called Taishakuten, but yours will probably have a different name. So I'd bought advanced rocketry. That meant I got the big fuel tank, heavy rocketry. That gets me the massive solid fuel boosters and some big engines, but no big tanks. This gets me a tiny solid fuel booster and. What's this miniature? Oh, this is miniature rocketry. Okay, so I can go from here after going basic rocketry, general rocketry, advanced rocketry. I can now either go big rocketry or small rocketry, or I can go for fuel systems. But I might need this one first, and that costs 90. So I can't afford this one and this one. Oh no, maybe I can. That gets me bigger fuel tanks. That would be quite useful. Yeah, Vulcanite Moon. That was the first one we went to. I say we. I mean I. I went over there because we were really short of Vulcanite. We needed loads of Vulcanite, so it seemed like a good place to go. And it was quite nice. It did tide us over for a little while. So I have options. I have 110 science to spend, and I'm not sure what to do with it. So I could buy. Actually, this might be quite a good tactical decision here. If I buy the basic science, does that get me anything? No, that doesn't actually get me any more science, because I've still only got the Probodobodobodine core, so I could make satellites with that, but there's not much point at the moment. Batteries. Oh, get the Science Junior, actually. That's worth having. That will get me more science. And experiment storage unit? What does this do? Oh, I see. That's a way of bringing science back to Kerbin without having to. I don't know what with it. I was just saying I want the big pod things. Does that come with heavy? No, it doesn't come with heavy rocketry. It won't come with propulsion systems. Heavier rocket. Where is the large the 2-man space pod? Aerodynamics, landing. Landing might be useful if we're going to land. Bigger parachutes, bigger landing struts. I don't need any of that. Flight control. Where is the? I thought it was in heavy. I thought it was in one of these. Oh wait, what's that? Oh, it's a liquid fuel engine. It's a little liquid fuel engines. No, I don't want that. Heavier rocketry. Very heavy rocketry. Precision. Where is the? There's a big. What? Yeah. Let me put my words back together again. I'm looking for the capsule that will take more than one Kerbal, but I don't seem to be able to find it, which is a little bit odd. Oh, there is that it. There it is. Mark 1-3 command pod. That thing. Right. So I want to get over to here, but that's going to be an expensive route. I don't have anything like enough science for that. Okay, so Jeb is going to be going to Minimus on his own then, basically. Someone to donate a streaming PC, yeah, maybe. Oh yeah. Cryonite is the other high priority place to go. Oh yeah. Oh, you found holmium on your Vulcanite moon. That's quite handy. Yes, definitely. Oh, you landed the misfortune on Norvis. Oh dear. Fail. Well, that's you've lost your spaceship then, I'm afraid. Found irritation on your. Is irritation a slang for iridium because it's so annoying to get that all of that set up. Let's buy the. Oh, I don't know what I want to buy. I could buy the fuel systems to get the. Yeah, let's buy the fuel systems to get the big fuel tanks, and that has spent all of my science. Right now, let's go and make a rocket that will take me to Minimus. So this is going to be a bit more of a. Oh, hang on. Actually, how much was the extra science thing? Let's see if I can. In fact, I probably should have got that rather than the heavy rocket, rather than the fueling systems. This one, basic science. No, that's 45. Damn it, I'm 25 short. I think. Oh yeah, you need to watch my video, Alexander. I think I mentioned that you shouldn't land it, or maybe you did. You actually going to research that extra landing stuff because we have the little landing legs, and as everybody knows, a 3-point thing is the most stable because you can. Yes, that does extend just below the bottom there. That's okay. As far as I can tell, oh, the stream has died on YouTube. Great. Oh, it's back again apparently. Okay, yeah, the stream seems to die on YouTube, but not on Twitch. So je ne sais pas. Right, so we've got right. I put landing legs on here. So now hopefully I'll be able to land that on Minimus without it falling over. We've got the basic science things on the top. I think I might actually double all of these and have two of everything because we're going to be going to places where no Kerbal has ever Kerbaled before, and we can't take an engineer, which is quite annoying. Well. You know what? Actually, let's say sod that. Let's unsod that. Let's take 2 of each of the science things. Not 4 of each of the science things. That's silly. 2 of each of the science things, because then we can get 1 in deep space and 1 on Minimus. Of each of everything. No, not you. And a barometer. There we go. So we'll take 2 of each of those, and that'll get me quite a lot of science. Then hopefully we can then go back again at some point in the future with an engineer as well. Because engineers, the point of engineers is that they're able to get out of the craft and reset these things, so you can then use them again and again and again and get more and more and more data out of each of these, rather than them being single shot things. There is another type of Kerbal as well, and I forget what you can actually do with those. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, did Twitch stop and restart as well? Okay, I didn't see that. Maybe there was some sort of glitch in the internet or something like that. Then I don't know. So I think KSP was first available and people started playing it in. Oh, you can do that like that as well. Started playing it in 2011, and then the game was actually officially released out of beta in 2016. That's the impression I'm getting. Let's fold you guys in. Nope, that wasn't what I meant. That wasn't meant to happen. I pressed the wrong button. Put the legs back on the doohickey, and then start retracted, please. There we go. Okay, so the next thing we need is going to be another decouplerotron, because I think this spacecraft I think is going to be more than capable of landing on and getting back from Minmus, because Minmus is so small. We're going to have easily enough fuel in this tiny little tank to do it. We could probably get away with an even smaller one if we needed to. So we then need a decouplerotron on the bottom of there. Then we need a second stage that's going to be enough to get us from. Have we got any interstage, any adapters yet? We're going to need, we're going to need a second stage that's enough to get us from Norbit to Minmus, and that's going to need quite a lot of fuel and thrust and other such like. I don't believe I have any of the adaptometrons yet, so we're not going to be playing with those. Apparently, we're not going to be using the giant fuel tanks because that looks silly. So we'll put in a couple. Well, we do have the 800s though. Do I want two 800s? Is two 800s excessive? Probably, but if it gets us there, then I'm okay with that. Right. So that's my second stage and my third stage. My lander and my oh no, I need could do with an engine on the bottom of there. So which of these gets the best ISP? That's my next question. So the Terrier gets 345 ISP in a vacuum. So I mean that is the most efficient, and therefore they're going to be the best for getting us from over there. But I think that's probably excessive. Let's drop back down to the old swivel. Let's use the swivel because that's the second most efficient, and it's a lot more powerful. And I'll just get impatient and get bored if I don't use that. Right, and actually, here's a thought. Do I have enough? Ooh, I've had a couple of thoughts here. The first one is that I could fire the second stage at the same time as the first stage by putting thumpers on the outside like this. And that gets lots and lots of speed off the ground, but would use up the fuel in the second stage a bit as well. But then secret option number 3 is to put in some decoupletrons on the side here like this. Let's go up to 4 for this because I think I want this to be quite big. And then put in the more the 800 size fuel tanks on the outside of here like. Please clip. Thank you. Like that. And then some reliance on the bottom of that, because the reliance are the better at reliance of 265 ISP at sea level. Yeah, so the reliance is slightly better at sea level. So we'll put reliance on the outer ring like that. We'll also move these down because that's horrible. Move these guys down a bit. And then aero. I want to make sure the ship flies as nicely as possible. Where is the aero? Aero. Here we go. Put the nose cones on the top of these. Now the question is this first stage going to be enough to kick the thing into orbit? We will find out. But what I'm also going to do is fairly clever. Is I'm going to put in the asparagus. I'm going to do asparagus staging, which is when you do that, and then have these pipes will then pass fuel through from here. So all 5 engines will be burning the fuel from the outer tanks first. Then when that runs out, we jettison these, and this will be completely full and ready to lift us the rest of the way. Now, last time we went up, we had some issues with flight accuracy, for want of a better word. We don't have any aero control, unfortunately, so we're just going to have. But actually, we've got all liquid fuel engines, and I think these all gimbal, so we should be okay for thrust, for accuracy, for control, and directional shenaniganery and that sort of thing. So I think this is probably going to be okay. So okay, chat. It's we need a name for this rocket. It's hopefully going to take us up to Minmus. It's got a certain amount of grunt. We've got some asparagus staging going on here with fueling from the outside in. Some what seem to be quite big storage tanks compared to what we've used before. And while you guys think about that, I'm going to look into the staging. So right, we want to have all 5 engines kick in initially. Then we detach the stuff around there. Then we detach there and go down and try and land on Minmus. Detach with this engine. Then once we've left Minmus and we are basically on an intercept course with Kerbin, we then detach at this one and then come in for a splashdown with this one. Right, so I have checked my staging, and I think we're probably good. So we're probably good to go. But yes, I'm waiting for a name. Hopefully, one that is an absolutely terrible pun, because that's always my favourite. When were the visuals designed? Yeah. Who knows? I mean, presumably started in 2011, and yes. To be fair, I suppose the thing is, the game isn't about the visuals; it's about the rockets. If you want the visuals, you install KSP2, or you just go in and mod it all halfway to death. Right. So we have a rocket, and I think we're ready to go. There must be a lot of stream lag going on, because I asked quite a long time ago for suggestions for names. No, they're just starting to come through now. Mark suggests Rocky MC. I feel like I don't properly appreciate that that name. But sure, Rocky McRocketface, Rocky McRockface. Sorry, I'll go with your first suggestion, I think, for now. We'll have a Rocket McRocketface later, I'm sure. Okay, we have quite a lot of burn time available here. Anyway, let's just launch and see what happens. If it turns out we're not getting anywhere near Minimus, I can always come back and try again. Alright, launch. Oh, bloody hell. I need to upgrade my... Now I need to upgrade the vehicle assembly building, because I've put too many bits into my ship. How many bits are there in the ship? How much over have I gone? There's a readout somewhere, I'm sure. Oh, it's over here. 39 out of 30. Okay, that's quite a big difference. I can't just fix it by pulling these nose cones off or something like that then. All right, we'll leave here. Okay. Well, on YouTube, you can certainly catch up by say 22:33, yeah, or 21:33 here, but yeah. That gives you an idea. Will hopefully give you an idea. With YouTube, you can catch up by telling it to play at 1.5 times speed for a little while. Yeah, we definitely need to upgrade that to level 2. Oh dear! Oh no! I might be in trouble. I've dropped down to... I've only got 2,000 monies left. I didn't look at that properly before I clicked. So we're probably not going to be able to afford to launch this. No. I might have screwed up. How expensive is this? How expensive is my rocket? How much money do I need to beg, borrow, or cadge? Where is it? Come on, tell me the price. I know it's here somewhere. I just don't know where in the interface it hides those numbers. Parts 20 out of 30. Huh? Why did it say parts 20 out of 39 though? I don't understand. Oh, here we go. 22,000, and I've got 2,000. Right, so I need to... Yeah. Okay. Right, let's go and... yeah, increasing speed does work. That's the way to do it. So if we go over to here, if we go over to mission control, I can start taking some missions, and we'll get decent... we'll get fairly significant boosts to the finances from here. So, these people, they want to do a suborbital space flight. That's going to be fairly easy. If I had... This would be very, very easy if I had somewhere to put them. But it comes with a... I was going to say it should come with a initial chunk of money in order to get you started. Yeah, normally they come with an advance like that, 7,500. But this doesn't seem to come with an advance. That's unfortunate, because I probably could do that. These people want to go orbital. Okay. This one is an explore Kerbin. We need to perform a spacewalk in orbit of Kerbin. Okay, right, we can do that, and that comes with an advance of 6,000. So we'll take that one. Haul a solid fuel booster into flight above Kerbin. Yes, we can probably do that. What do I need to do? Have a thumper at 45,000 meters, and doing quite slow speeds. I'm not sure we can do that. You don't get anything in advance for taking tourists to space, but you get quite a lot of money when you come back from the run. So if I could do this, then that would solve all my financial issues. take that because I've only got 3 active contracts. Alright, we'll splash down with a swivel engine. That's an advance of 5,000. And then a completion of 13,000. Okay, that should probably be enough. We've got 13,000 now. We can't do the mission that we wanted to do. We'll just have to save this rocket and come back to it. We can't go to Minima, so I've overspent. We'll save the Rocky MC, and then we'll start a new one. So my missions, should I choose to accept them, orbital spacewalk near Kerbin. I mean, I could do that with I could probably just put a Kerbal on top of a thumper, and that'd be enough to get him up into space and do that. Maybe we'll do that. Well, maybe actually we'll do that with a swivel liquid fuel engine, and then try and bring that down and see if we can land a liquid fuel engine. That seems possible. I could test this. I can't test the launch stability enhancer yet. That was possibly a mistake getting that one. Can't do the. Can you even see these past my face? I don't know. No, you can't. Not really. I can't do the 4 tourists one very easily because I haven't got a way of taking lots of people up there yet. And testing the decoupler at 39,000 meters is tricksy. Okay, we'll go for the. We'll do the top 2. So I'm going to put a thumper. I'm going to put a swivel on top of a thumper and a Kerbal on top of that, and then hopefully that'll be enough to go to space. So that's a command pod with a parachute, and we're going to go with quite a lot of parachutes for this because we're bringing something heavy down with us. Parachute. Where is it? Utility. Here we go. Parachutes. So we want a Mark 16 parachute on the top, like that. I want to zoom in a bit so I can see what I'm doing. And I'm going to put radial mount parachutes on a couple of these on it as well, like that, to get us so we can come down again nice and gently. Then the small fuel tank, and what was it? It was a swivel. We need a swivel engine, which is that one. What do we have to do with the swivel engine? I think we just have to get it wet. Oh no, activate the part through the staging sequence. Alright. So we'll put the parachutes on the bottom and the... Okay, so Kerbin splashdown, we need to activate it there. I probably don't actually need the fuel tank in that. I'll take a fuel tank, but I'll only put a little bit of fuel in it because we're not going to be able to use it for anything actually useful. Okay, so we'll take that along for the ride, and then we'll put... I need a detachamatron. Give me a couple of... Put that there, and then put a thumper on the bottom of it. Do you think a thumper's going to be enough to lift that into orbit? I think it probably is. I mean, sorry, not orbit, suborbit. Because we only need to go... Oh, this is orbital spacewalk. Oh, no, I can't do that one. I can't get to... I don't think I'm going to be able to get... I'm not going to be able to get to orbital with this mission. Okay, forget that then. Let's go for a smaller rocket booster like that, and we'll just drift off over the water and splash down and test there. So this should get me get me that. That'll get me the testing the swivel splashdown. Okay. Yeah, running at 1 1/4 speed is probably fairly Kerbal. I mean, you speed up from time to time when you need to. Yeah, you get a fair amount of money for taking tourists into space. You do have to bring them back though, I believe. You can't just put them up there and leave them there. I don't know Firefail, but maybe if there's a thumper in that, it's something vaguely similar. So, with this, what I'm going to attempt to do is wait for it to load. That's an exciting thing for us to do. Oh, it's dark. Lovely. So there is water just off over... Which way is it? That way. So I'm going to try and fly it over there. Hopefully this whatever the rocket I put in there is, what is that? Hammer is going to be enough to get us off the ground over that way. I can pop all of the chutes, land in there with the other thing, and then touch down. And I think I want to go. I think that's east, 90 degrees. Well, we'll find out. I'm not too proud to revert if I get it wrong. So, launch. Go that way. Lots of that way. Lots of that way. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. Yes. This is so far. This is going all according to plan. We can head out over the water. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Nearly out of. Well, we've used 2/3 of the fuel. And that's that. So now we can. Oh, I didn't set my staging properly. That should be a separate stage. So we'll do that. We're still flying out. I mean, this to be honest, this is going quite a lot further than I intended it to go. But never mind. I mean, it's basically okay. I could have used a much smaller rocket booster, but oh well. You know, that's what Kerbal's all about. You're getting things wrong. We've got. We're doing a very little hop, as you can see down here with my yeah perhaps. Right, so let's keep an eye on this because I don't want to crash and fail and burn from not paying proper attention. All right, 1,500 meters up. That's 15,000 meters up. That's a lot more than I intended. Let's see if we can do any science. Oh no, we can't do any science because while we're up here, we could do a crew report, but there's nothing to report. Okay, never mind. We've been over the sea lots of times before. You know what? Let's just pop the chutes now because why not? And we'll see how much that slows us down. We've got we've got three big chutes, and that's because we've got this chunky great rocket booster on the bottom, and very small tank as you said. And we'll drift down very gradually. I'm going to speed time up because I get impatient. And then once we've splashed down, we can activate the rocket booster. And everything will hopefully be hunky-dory, and we'll get the money, and then we'll be able to afford that massive rocket to take us to Minmus. 2,000 meters. Hopefully the chutes will actually open properly in a moment, and we'll be slowed down a bit, because 180 meters per second is still a lot quicker than I would like to be going. Okay, 6 meters per second. That's actually slower than I need to be going. That's fine. Hey, Potato. Yeah, there only, as I said, there only seems to be one person really talking on Twitch, which is a bit of a shame. I would, skin cancer generator seems to be a good name for the sun. It's accurate at least. There's a few other things as well, but I can't dispute too much. I'm not sure if I can rename the planets in the game. I was going to see if I could rename the Kerbals, wasn't I? Would everyone like to have a Kerbal named after them? I should probably ask this before I just go in and blithely just start renaming them. 100 meters to go, and 40, 20, and sploosh. Right, so from here I can now activate the next stage, and there we go. Bing, contract complete. I have made 13,000. I've no idea what that symbol's supposed to be. I'm not. I could try and take off from here with this with this rocket motor, but I feel that's unwise, so I won't. Let's just recover the vessel. There we go. No, that's okay. I don't mind lurking. It's you don't have to talk constantly. It's just no science from that. No science from that. We've got some parts back. Got a crew back. Great. So we now have 26,000. Is that enough? I hope that's enough. It was 20-something thousand for the rocket. I have a horrible feeling it was slightly more than that. I may need to scrimp and save ever so slightly on the rocket in order to blast off, which is a huge shame. Let's have a quick look at the research. So somewhere in here, there is the ability to build cargo craft. There is the putting people in it box. There's the adapt. Ah, there we go. That's the one. The crew cabin. So if I have 40, if I can scrape together 45 research points, then I can build a rocket to take tourists up into space and bring them back safely. And we can start making some juicy money from that one. That's a really good money spinner. So yeah, we'll try. We'll go off and we'll go to Minmus, get loads of science on the way over, and then come back and do that. I hope. Oh yes, I need to. Yes, let's name some Kerbals. So here we go. Astronaut complex. Can I even rename them? Let's find out. This is where we find out we can't actually rename them. No, it looks like I actually can't rename them. I'm afraid. I can change their clothes, but not their names. That's a shame. Oh, what's this? Oh, helmet button. Yeah, sorry, I got overly excited and thought, hey, this would be really good, and then discovered I just couldn't. So sorry. Right, so let's see how much that rocket costs, because it was 20-something thousand, and I'm slightly concerned it was a slightly more a higher 20-something thousand than the amount I've got available. So 22,000. No, we're okay. Phew, thank goodness for that. Right, so here is my hopefully Minmus lander. Let's go. I mean, there's no point in hanging around. Let's just go to Minmus. Yes, if the rocket land, yes, if you know what they say, any flight you can any landing you can walk away from is a good landing, and if the plane can be reused, then it's an excellent landing. So from here, the plan is to go all the way out to, where's this line running through the middle? Oh, that'll be the Pluto equivalent. Right, so we're going to try and go to Minmus. That's my target. It's on a funny angle of orbit, which makes it mildly annoying to get to. But to be honest, it doesn't make a great deal of difference. It's not going to be a serious issue. So we shall launch, get into orbit, and then once we've got a reasonably circular orbit, then we can think about how we're going to get from Kerbin orbit all the way up to Minmus. So let's give it a shot. Right. SAS on. Don't have RCS thrusters. Ooh, we can. Yeah, we'll leave that as is for the time being. But stability assist is correct. But because Jeb has leveled up to level 1 now, I think we now get the prograde and retrograde options here as well. So full steam ahead. Are the pumps on here? Are the pumps on automatically? I can't remember. I think they might be. We'll find out on the way up. Right, let's go. Lots of oomph. Maybe I should have put some solid rocket boosters on as well to give it a bit more of a kick in the wasp name. But I think this is hopefully we'll see. See how this goes. Ooh, it's a bit wobbly. It's a bit wobbly. Yeah, you see these tanks are staying for. Oh, it's very wobbly. It's very wobbly. No, this is problematic. No, this is not a valid rocket. I'm not quite sure why not. Because it's nice. It's nice and symmetrical. Maybe I should let it go a little bit higher before I put some extra oomph into it. Let's stick some basic fins on these things just to give us a little bit more stability in the lower atmosphere, and also we'll fly a little bit further up before we start faffing around with that. The objective of the game is to go off and explore the universe, essentially. There's a Nog Aldrin, yes. Okay, Pit Potato, well, thanks for joining, and catch you later. Yeah, the objective of the game is essentially to just go off and explore the universe. It's basically go out and have fun. It's a sandbox game. You can, but the sort of the objective of the in career mode, which is what I'm playing, is to do missions to make money, to allow you to build rockets, to go off and gather science, to allow you to make bigger and better rockets, essentially. So it's you've got a whole solar system to play around in. If I zoom out far enough, there we go. So we've got the various different planets. You can go out to all of those and explore them and investigate them, get more and more science. And you can start off by, but you start off on your own planet all the way over here and try and build up from there. Yeah, maybe I should have waited for the fireball. Okay, I apologise. Right, let's get a bit more altitude this time before we try and start the gravity turn. Going well so far. Yeah, it's much more stable if you just point it straight upwards rather than trying to do this. But if you do this, you need to. Ooh, no, it's going. Oh, it's unstable. It's unstable. I should probably have a look at where the. Nope. I should probably have a look at where the. No, prograde. That one. There we go. I should. Oh no. I should probably have a look at where the centre of lift, centre of mass, centre of everything is at some point. There we go. Get rid of those rockets as well. And let's throttle down a bit because we seem to be getting a little bit toasty. Let's throttle down a lot because we're getting a little bit toasty. How high is the apoapsis now? Apo is barely out of the atmosphere. Okay, we're going to need a bit more oomph out of the rocket before we get there. Right, we are now. Oh no, maybe not. We are now. technically in orbit, according to depending on who you ask. So let's shut the engine off completely, save on fuel. Now, as before, I'm going to wait until we get up to the top of the until we get close to the apoapsis before then lighting the engines up again and attempting to circularize the orbit. As you can see, I've now started using the fuel out of my main on the main tanks, but that was completely full when I did jettison the other ones because those tanks were draining. I was draining from the outer tanks to the inner tank in order to essentially maximize the amount of fuel I have available for the second part of the mission. Right, let's turn you. Where's the battery power? Up here, I think. Yeah, electric charge. Okay, so we're using a little bit of electric charge to try and keep the ship pointing in the right direction. So let's turn that off for now. Not that I expect that to be a worry. Oh, I should have put solar panels on it. I've forgotten how to do long distance missions, but we should be okay. We'll just generate the power because you can generate electricity from your thrusters, but when your thrusters aren't running, you're not generating electricity from them because they're not running. So you can, in theory, start to run out of power. And yeah, so I should be a little bit more careful with that. Right, we are getting fairly close to the apoapsis, yes. So let's next thing is to circularize the orbit. The thing after that is to check to try and remember what the controls for full throttle and zero throttle are. Because that'd be quite useful. So this is the expensive part of the trip, where you're trying to get from having just getting you up to orbital height is cheap. Getting from Kerbin out to other planets relatively cheap as well. But circularizing an orbit, this part of it, when you're getting from orbital height to orbital velocity, this I believe is the expensive part in the fuel. So we're going to burn through quite a lot of it here. Exactly, no guard. Yes, that's the sort of the loop. It's the sort of the playing the game for the sake playing the game to play the game. You do a mission so you get better stuff, so you can do another mission afterwards and get better stuff after that. It's a bit like real life, really, isn't it? Where you just sort of try and get a better job so you can get more money, so you can, and so let's throttle back down again. Actually, I know there's controls for Z and X for max and min thrust. There we go. Let's get a little bit closer to the apoapsis because then we'll then our fuel will go a bit further once again, as I was saying before. So let's have a little bit of time warp. Let's do the time warp again. It's just flight to the left. And right, I would like you to start pointing at prograde, please. And then full boost. And in a moment, we'll see the periapsis pop out of the other side. There it is. Or here it comes. And when that gets to about 100,000, then we have a reasonably circular orbit. Okay, that's close enough. 109 on that side, 106 on that side. So now we get to do the exciting part where we try and work out how on earth we're going to get to Minmus, which is currently somewhere. There it is. There's Minmus on the purple trail. So in order to do that, we say, well, at some point, I would like to add a maneuver, please. And at this maneuvering point, I'm going to speed up. And as you can see, when you increase your speed on the side of there, this is planning mode, where so none of this is going to have any effect at the moment. This is just me making it up, deciding where we're going to go. So I can extend my I can say if I boosted over here, what would happen? And it can in the games as well. In that case, you'd end up with your apoapsis out here at 45,000 meters, which is actually that is about right, nearly right for Minmus. So nudge that a little bit further. But how close are we actually going to get to the planet? Who knows? So let's set that as a target. And now this shows us that... what does it show us? It's been a while since I've done this. Let's start dragging things around and see how the things show. Right, so those... Yeah, that's the closest approach. Okay. Yeah, when I'm closest to the target, it will be about there. So actually, I've put this in about the right place. If I can now start... So I can now start adjusting this node a little bit. I can move it around by dragging on it like this. And the idea is to try and get these two little chevron-y things basically on top of each other. And if you can get them on, if you can get, there we go, like that. So now you can see that I've got the orange line going out here, and then it intercepts. We have an actual intercept with the Minmus sphere of influence. So this is turning out to be easier than I expected. Probably because I've got lucky enough to launch at a point where I don't need to adjust my angle of inclination. I've gone more or less at horizontal there, and I just happened to be at the time when Minmus is going to be in the right place. I can just intercept it like this. So that's going to be really quite easy. That sounds like the plot of Breaking Bad to me. So the next thing to do is to fly my little spaceship round from here. It's going to. Are we going? Which way are we going? I honestly can't tell. I think we're going this way. So we're going to fly. Yeah, yes, we are, because I've accelerated in that direction. So I need to wait for it to fly all the way around here, complete a half orbit. Then I can boost for 20. So I'll wait in 19 minutes and 45 seconds. I need to boost for 24 seconds in order to get my orbital path to go out this way, all the way around to intercept with Minmus. And then when I get there, I can start thinking about slowing down and trying to actually land on the moon, on that moon. So let's warp to here. So speed has gone up to 100 times or something. I wasn't paying enough attention to exactly what. Get the pod round to about here, and there we go. So now we are getting quite close. We're now a minute away. Jeb is automatically adjusting the direction the aircraft's pointing in. Excellent. To point it in. So at the moment I have the option to point it in prograde or retrograde. So essentially forwards and backwards. As Jeb gets better and better at piloting, I'm going to get more options for doing things like pointing towards a target, away from a target, towards a planet, away from a planet. There's various other options. So now it's a 24-second burn. Ideally, I want to do it exactly there, all 24 seconds on that very spot. That's obviously not possible. So I need to start my burn at 12 seconds before I get there, and then burn for 24 seconds till 12 seconds afterwards. So yeah, and that's going to happen in about 15 seconds. Let's all watch that number decrease very, very slowly. 15, 14, 13, 12. So full burn now. And now you can see the blue line here is the actual path I'm on. And so that's now extending out and to go out to the orange line. And when it's over the orange line, then I'm doing it. Then I'm going in the right direction, and we'll end up at Minmus probably. I'll probably need to do a little bit of adjustment because accuracy levels. But we can see down here that's going down, 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 down. Oop. And I ran out of fuel. Okay, wait, what? What happened there? I overcooked it. No, you have to do maneuvers manually. I've screwed that one up quite spectacularly. No, you have to do all the maneuvers manually. That's sort of part of the fun of the game. Yeah, I've emptied the fuel tanks on that craft, which is rather well the main fuel tanks. So this isn't unsalvageable. Because I can ditch that now, and now we've got the fuel tanks in the landing craft, and you don't, as I said, you don't need very much to get to Minmus. So what I'm going to do is wait for the ship to fly out, and then is get some way out there, and then correct it basically, because that was a bit of a screw up. No, at the moment the ship doesn't need power because there is a Kerbal in it. So this pod contained one of my Kerbinauts. There's a guy in here who does the actual flying of the ship for me. I'm essentially controlling him. You can later on in the game you can make probes that are run by computers, and those ones then you do need to have power or the system just simply won't work. But I'm not at that stage yet. At this point, we are just risking the lives of our Kerbinauts to try and achieve stuff. Or actually, no, maybe I am. No, I got Kerbin escape, not a fail. That was meant to be a Mun encounter, not a Kerbin escape. Okay, well, the sooner I fix it, the less fuel it'll take. So from here, what do I need to do? I need to add a maneuver. What happens if I just slow? What? Okay. What if I just no. Delete that maneuver node, it's confusing me. Right, over here, maneuver. Okay, so if I just decrease the speed a little bit because I think I overcooked it. Yeah, there we sort of go. Ooh, there we go. There's a Minmus intercept. I think. Oop, too much. Minmus periapsis, closest approach, 2,000 kilometers. That's not bad. In 13 days. Okay, well, we'll be speeding it up a little bit. Ooh, that's pretty good. Right, okay, we'll aim for that because I just over boosted ever so slightly. So we can now flip the ship round to point retrograde, and then this node is in a minute and a half. I'm going to be a little bit impatient and warp forwards a little bit. Okay, I need to do a 0.6 second burn time. So I didn't overcook it by very much. I was really, really close. So what I'll do is I'll only run the engine at very, very low power. I haven't activated the engine yet. Hello? Yeah, it's not working. Why is it not working? Activate engine. There we go. Right, so that's pretty close. I'm 0.4 meters per second out, but that's easily fixable at the other end. So if we now have a look at the map, get rid of that maneuver thing because it'll confuse. Get rid of that maneuver. I say get rid of that maneuver now because it'll confuse. What do you mean? Hey, maneuver. Delete. There we go. Right. So now, as you can see, the blue line now goes round to here. We have an intercept with Minmus, and if I don't do anything, then we'll end up on this purple line here. So we'll end up on this alternative orbit. But what I need to do is when we get to the intercept with Minmus, is then slow down, go down, and land on the planet, and so on. And as you can see, that's used almost none of the fuel, so we're basically absolutely fine. Yes, the Kerbals are all they're all very brave. I mean, look at his happy little face. Oh no, you can't look at his happy little face because his happy little face is underneath my happy little face. Can I move him? No, I can't. Okay, there is a little face showing how excited the Kerbal is, but it's hidden underneath my webcam view, I'm afraid. Okay, so let's see if we can do some science while we're up here before we go off too far away and I forget about it again. So I don't want to observe the mystery goo here, but I do want to do a crew report because that's 7.5 science for that. So that's good. We needed the 25 in order to get the in order to do the tourist stuff. So high over Kerbin, crew reporting in. I could do these other ones, but I can get a lot more from doing it over on further away. Also, we'll do an EVA walk because we can. So Jeb, get out. So as you can kind of see, it's a bit dark here because we're on the night side of the planet, unfortunately. But no, that's one of the landing legs. Jeb here has got out of the ship. I can tell him to let go if I want, but I'm not that mean. Instead, we'll just tell him to do some science. EVA report. There we go. He's got 12 science from doing that. From just going, yes, look at me, I'm way over Kerbin, so that's nice. We'll keep that one. And then if we take data and store experiments, there we go. Now we can do more science later on, at least with those. So, yes, get back in. There we go. That's all we're going to do for now. Let's fly to about here. So we're just in the middle of nowhere. So it's warp here, another hour away. So the good news is we're not going to do this in real time. We're going to accelerate from time to time. Then we've dropped back over to here. We can then go in and say, I'd like to do another crew report, please. And we're now, we're still high in space, are we? Okay. Okay, that doesn't count. That counts as the same. As far as the game's concerned, that counts as the same place. Let's go to about here then, which is going to be 3 days away. So again, definitely not going to do this in real time. But this is that sort of orbital mechanics thing. Because we've got obviously energy is conserved. When we're flying down near Kerbin, we're going very, very quickly. But then when we turn all of that kinetic energy into potential energy to come all the way up here past towards Minmus, then we end up going very, very, well, relatively slowly. So we're only going at 233 meters per second now, whereas before we were going at thousands. I don't remember exactly what, but thousands anyway. No, in stock Kerbal, you don't have to worry about feeding the crew. There are mods to add in life support requirements like that. Nope, still high over Kerbin. Okay, don't care about that. Still the same report to make. Let's do another EVA, just see if you've got any different ideas when he pops his head out. Can you see anything different from up here, Jeb? No. So as I was saying, in vanilla KSP, you don't have any other worries about food or air, but there are mods to make that harder. Store. Okay, that's fine. Get back in. So if you've got duplicate experiments, you end up having to dump them, but that's fine because it doesn't get you any extra information because they're duplicates. Okay, it looks like I'm probably not going to get anything else, at least until I get a bit further outside the sphere of influence. So let's go out to here. Let's go out to the apoapsis, which is the furthest point away that I'm going to get from the planet. And then wait, because you see Minmus is all the way around here, travelling at 270 meters per second. I'm here, so I've got, basically I need to get to here where I'll be moving incredibly slowly, and then wait for this moon to catch up with me. Yeah, only 200 meters. 200 meters per second might sound like an awful lot, but on space terms, it's nothing. It's absolutely, and now that's halved. We're less than halved, quartered. We're now doing sort of 50 meters per second. That's which is really is peanuts. Can you do any more useful science? Are you in a different biome as far as you're concerned? That's basically what I'm asking. I think that's the same one. I'm honestly not sure. I think it's different text. Let's take that and see if it's different. The reason I keep popping him in and out of the craft like this is because you can store an unlimited amount of data in the craft, but you need to get out before you can put it in there, which is all a bit silly. But so we're going to do that. We're then going to take and store and then get back in again and dump it. Okay, no, it wasn't different data. So now, yes, we are. Now that Minmus is still all the way over there, but it turns out as we sort of drift in, we'll be captured by Minmus's sphere of influence about here. We're not going to get all that close actually, because when we get to 3 days, we'll encounter at Minmus. We'll get reasonably close to it. Periapsis is only 500,000 meters. That's fairly close. But now is probably a good time to think about tweaking that. So from here, let's add a maneuver, and let's see if we can get a little bit closer. That's pulling a little bit off. I think we're much too high. We need to go down on this. I know, no down in space, etc., etc. But ooh. I'm struggling to read these things. What's that? Minmus. Okay, so when we will get to here, when Minmus is there, we will get to Minmus Periapsis, 64,000 meters. Okay, that is more than close enough for my purposes. I'm gonna, I'll let us get to there. 64,000 meters, 68,000 meters. Sorry, and then we'll go in and then we'll start thinking about landing properly on it. Yep, happy with that. So that's my next maneuver node. I need to point the craft in. Whoop. Hang on, which one's the maneuver node? Yeah, it must be this one here. So point the craft that way at the maneuver node, and then we just wait till about here, and then it's a 0.4 second burn again. So we're making really tiny adjustments at this point. Yeah, I needed to think three-dimensionally because Minmus has this silly shaped orbit. If we were going to the moon, it'd be much easier. Oh, the node is still in 2 hours. All right, let's get a lot. Oh no, wait, hang on. Oh, it's still 25 minutes away from the node. All right, let's jump forward a little bit to warp to here. As you can see, still pointing in the right direction. Once we get to here, we can then do the minor adjustments to go in for the landing. 10 minutes away. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. There we go. Oh, yes. Node is still in 4 minutes. All right. Well, I'll do this manually at this point, I think, and probably get it wrong. I'm always very paranoid about trying to creep up on a node like this, because if I'm not careful, I'll just shoot straight past it and then have to recalculate everything. I mean, it doesn't, again, at this stage, the precision doesn't matter a great deal. I just need to give it a little bit of a nudge in that sort of vaguely downwards direction, just to get us pointing slightly closer to the planet. So if we look over there as we do, you can see that that's the route that the gravity would take us around the planet there. Let's use the engines on low. Right, yeah, so this is the route the gravity is going to take us on. So the gravity being in, let's get rid of that maneuver node again, so we can see. Right, there we go. So yeah, gravity. Our orbit around Kerbin, the main planet, is this blue line. So as you can see, that brings us in around like that. But then at this point, we're going to get close enough to Minmus that even with its tiny, tiny amount of gravity, we're going to slingshot round it like this. So when we hit its periapsis here, we want to add a maneuver node in, and then at that point, we can then slow down, and circularize the orbit like that. And then we can start thinking about where we want to land. Now, at this stage of the game, I think I don't care. I'm just going to land anywhere. But we'll get into a nice, neat orbit around it first. Yeah, so you're commenting on me doing 200 meters per second earlier, and it's now down to 40 meters, well, just over 40 meters per second. Although I do need to do 171 meters per second of boost there. I wonder how much delta. I think looking at the amount of fuel I've got, that's a 6-second burn. I think I'm probably going to be okay with this. So let's at least warp to here, and also drop back out of map mode. Get rid of that. Go away. I said go away. Go away. There we go. So at some point soon, we're going to actually see Minmus, but it's such a small moon. And, oh, there it is. It is a very small moon, but it's still a fair distance away. So we've got still some way to go. We've got another 2.5 hours until we hit that new node. But let's do a quick crew report. See where we are here. No, we're still high over Kerbin. We don't care about that. What we actually care about is when we pass the this Minmus, when we hit the Minmus encounter in 2.5 minutes, then we can start. Let's speed that up a little bit. Then we can do another science, and we'll go. Oh, hey, we're in a completely different place. We can find all kinds of new and exciting sciences out. So we're probably in Minmus's. Yes, we're now in Minmus's sphere of influence. So now let's have another look at the sciencing. Crew report. High over Minmus. Looking at the surface of Minmus reminds you of a favourite childhood dessert. You attempted to taste the surface, and I get 12.5 science for that, just for looking at Minmus and going, oh look, there's Minmus. So we'll grab that. That's a nice science. I'll have that. I'll wait until I get a bit lower over Minmus to start doing these things. We are going to do another EVA though. If I can click on the right bit of this craft. Can we have an EVA, please? Thank you, Jeb. And I would like you to... Where are you? There you are. I would like you, while you're here, I would like you to do an EVA report while we're over Minmus. That's 20 for that. Nice. So that's going to easily be enough to do lots of science when we get back down again. And then start doing tourist missions to make some money. So let's do again. Do the take data, store data, reboard the craft. So now we've got 4 pieces of useful data from just looking around and getting an idea of what the place looks like. So let's warp forwards once again to the point where I can actually do another boost, because this is the whole point of this. So we'll go to about let's just warp to here for now. So it's 2 hours away. It's a good thing this game has the time warp system, because otherwise we'd get very, very bored playing it. I think this mission is I'm 12 days into this mission already. It's a long old mission. Right, I need to turn SAS on again. Right, let's put that here. Oh, in fact, I'm firing retrograde, aren't I? So we can just get him to automatically point retro. Right, and in 3.5 minutes, I need to burn for 6 seconds. Speed that up a bit. These are all the numbers at the bottom of the screen for anyone who's not following quite long. Oop. There we go. So we're right. And then 7, 6, 5, 4. Full speed burn. Bring the velocity down. Sorry, the required velocity change down. There we go. That's not bad. There. Okay, so I think that now, if we now have another quick look at the map, there we go. We are now in orbit around Minmus. So, oh, there it is down there, Minmus. It looks a bit blobby. I was expecting it to be slightly higher resolution than that, but let's do another crew report so we can get some more information from that. No, it's the same one. So we don't need that. I need to get to low over Minmus before I take another one. So from here, Yes, you're quite right. If the mission is a failure for whatever reason, then the science doesn't get back. You can transmit science, but you lose quite a lot of the data. So, for example, if I look at that EVA report again, sorry, that crew report again, I have the choice. Actually, this one I could recover and keep the data with me, or I could transmit it and I get the same amount. Normally, you get about between half and 2/3 of the amount for transmitting. However, I haven't bothered to put a transmitter on this craft because I don't intend to fail, basically. We're still pointing retro. So, now, Minmus is sufficiently small and I'm not going to call it featureless because there are different areas on it, different... biomes isn't quite the word, different regions on it. You can get different bits of science from, but at the moment we haven't got any of the science, so we don't care. What I am going to do first is put the legs out, like that. There we go. Now we can actually land and hopefully not fall over. And we want to bring... So we have our orbital velocity is currently 118 meters per second. We're pointing retrograde. If I fire the rockets, we can bring that down, as you see. If this gets down to 0, then that means we're going to just fall straight towards the planet, which is kind of the point. So we're doing, and our speed will now creep up gradually due to gravity underneath us. But very, very gradually because Minmus is such a small planet. So let's point the bottom of the aircraft at the planet itself. In fact, if we click on this, we can see that our surface speed is currently 8.4 meters per second. I can point retrograde and slow that down a little bit further. But to be honest, quite a lot of the speed is downwards now, so I'm very, very happy with that. We're going to just drop down and let's flick this over from sea level, whatever that means on Minmus when it doesn't have an ocean, over to land level. Now up at the top here, we can see we are still 80,000 meters up. Over Kerbin, that would be barely in orbit, but up here, and you'd be having to be very, very careful about falling out of the sky. But this is. Because Minmus is so much smaller, there's such low gravity here that it's going to take quite a long time for us to drop all the way down there. We've got a surface velocity of about 10 meters per second, most of which is downwards, as we can see from the doodly thing up here. So let's speed time up a bit because this is going to take forever. Captain's log: we have found the moon. It's grey. This one's green actually. This is a green moon because it's made of deserts of some sort. So there we go. You can see, because we're running speed at 50 times, you can see it's quite obviously falling out of the sky. Let's slow time down again and have a bit of a... There we go. So Jeb has now, because we dropped out of time warp, Jeb has corrected the ship's attitude. Let's do another crew report, because we're now hopefully near Minmus. No, I think that's the same one. Never mind. We're still counts as near Minmus, not low over Minmus or whatever the next step is going to be. And as you can see, we are still falling. We're falling at 128 meters per second. I could slow us down by blasting with the rockets a little bit, but that would be a waste of fuel. Actually, no, it wouldn't. We're going to have to get rid of all of the speed at some point anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. But it would be a waste of time because travelling down at this 130 meters per second is quite useful for getting us down. We've still got 20,000 meters to cross before we actually touch down. So let's speed time up again for a little while. Okay, we are now 4,000 meters up. Do we reckon this is different enough to take another report? No, we still don't. Okay. 3,000 meters at 168 meters per second is enough to starting to get me slightly worried. I shall do a small burn. Actually, we're at 1,000 meters now. Yes, let's kick off get rid of some of that speed. Right, 400 meters to go, and we're doing 20 something meters per second, and yeah, we can easily bleed the speed off. So I think we're going to be able to touch down without any difficulty. It's a real shame it's night time. I should have landed on the other side of the moon. Let's bring speed down. Right. Okay, I want to keep my speed now. We've got 100 meters to go. I want to keep the speed below 10 meters per second, and now 50. Let's try and sort of touch down fairly gently. Yeah, this is easily slow enough. 15, 14, 13. And probably touchdown. Yeah, I'm really quite frustrated that I touched down on the dark side of the moon. I apologise to everyone who can't see a thing of what I'm doing because it's nighttime. That was a bit of a fail, but I assure you we have now safely touched down on Minmus, so that means we can now start doing all of the science. So we'll do a crew report of being on Minmus. We've got 25 points, so the Minmus is Midlands apparently. Lovely. So we're somewhere near Minmus is Birmingham. So we'll take the experiment from that. We will then do. We will then run all of these experiments. So we'll log the pressure data. We get 60 for that. Wow. Around here we'll do the goo cylinder as well. And from that we'll get another 50. So you see, this is the sort of distance I was talking about, where if you do transmit it, you only get 30% of the data, 30% of the science for that particular one. And we want a temperature reading as well for Minmus. It gets another 40 science. We are really raking it in here. Then we can move on to the EV. Where's the door? Here's the door. We can then get Jeb to pop out and give me a reading of what he sees out here. So we've got another 40 science from that. So we'll grab all of that. Thank you very much. Now this is the point where I wanted to put a ladder on the side of the landing craft. I haven't put a ladder on the side of the landing craft, which is a little bit unfortunate because it's going to be awkward to get Jeb back in. But I think it's worth it because the gravity here is so low that he's going to be able to get back onto the ship. The hard part isn't going to be getting him high enough to grab onto the ship. It's going to be getting him low. It's going to be get him to the point where he can actually he's low enough to grab onto it. Because if I get him to jump. I don't know how much you guys can see because this is really, really. Hang on, I'm going to turn the brightness up because this is going to be terrible for a stream. So I should have thought of that sooner. Graphics, anti-rotated shadows, ambient light boost, 100%, 50%. Let's put it to 50%. See what that looks like. Oh, there we go. Right, now we can actually see what's going on. Maybe that's a bit too much. Let's drop the ambient light boost down a little bit from there because we are on the dark side of the moon. Maybe make it 28%. That's better. Yeah, that seems a little bit more reasonable. Okay, so he can jump, but because we're on Minmus, where the gravity is approximately sod all, he jumps really rather high. Now we need to turn it. So probably need to turn his RCS thrusters on so we can control him a little bit more. Because all of the Kerbals have their own little jetpacks, so they can fly around and do important EVA stuff. So we can fly him back over here. And we can grab onto the... Okay, that was much easier than I was afraid of. So now we can take data, store experiment, put all the information you've got back in there. Then we can let go again, drop off. Indeed, yes. So we've gone from what do you call it? Time warp, Rocky Horror Show to Pink Floyd now. Now we're out here. We're actually on the out on the planet surface. We can do another EVA report. Midland, you feel like a superhero when you jump in the low gravity. Yeah, that sounds about right. So we'll keep that data, thank you. And we'll put down a flag. What should we write on the flag? Flag, doing, flag. Yeah, all right, let's go for this side so it looks right. This is, I don't know, Minmus the First. So we've made it out here. Finally made it out here after several weeks of flying because we took the we took the cheap way of getting here by using as little fuel as possible. I claim this planet in the name of Bageltopia. Right, so that is Minmus. We have made it to Minmus. We have Minmused, and we have got some science from here. So I'm going to take off again. I'm going to get to sort of low over Minmus, and I'm going to run the other three of these devices and get a bit more information about being around here. And then we shall fly back home and spend all of that glorious science on making even bigger rockets. So, please, no, that's not with your. Stop flying. Stop going up so much. And then we can grab onto the side of the pod again, like that. Grab, please. Thank you. And then we can get back in. Cancel. You take data, store experiments. Okay, there is still a duplicate in there. All right, never mind. I must have done something twice. But that is a lot. Nonetheless, that is a lot of data, lots of useful data we've gathered. So from here, we can now blast off again. As you can see, we've used quite a lot of the fuel actually getting over here and landing on Minimus. Yeah. Minimus achievement, very good. I hope we're going to have enough fuel in there to actually fly back to I was nearly said Norvis again. Back where we want to go. Let's try and plan this a little bit. So there is Kerbin. Sure. That's not what I want to do. Oh, that isn't quite what I want to do. That's the Mun. I don't want to look at the Mun. Stop focusing on the wrong planet. Bring focus back over here. I don't know how to play this game. Okay, I think what we need to do is take off and get a short way up into space, and then I can start making plans. So we'll take off and get a little way away from the planet. It's not going to take very much fuel to get away from the planet. The biggest burn we have left is going to be the one that drops us back down towards Kerbin. But that should be... You can go almost every... As long as we don't end up back on Minimus, almost anything we do is going to bring us to Kerbin. So we should be okay. So, I don't think there's anything else to do here. Let's take off. And quickly, while we're drifting a little bit, do the other sciences. No, the other sciences. Observe. Yeah, thank you. Keep log data. Thank you. And log date temperature. There you go. Right, and turn that on. That's why we're upside down. Prograde. A little bit more of a boost to get slightly further away from the Minimus rather. And I'm still looking at over here. No, we want to. How do I? No, don't want to do that. I want to change my focus back to Minimus because I can't see what I'm doing because it's all the way over there. This is one of the problems with this game I've found is is controlling the camera when you're in this map view. Sometimes it's very, very difficult to work out which planet you want to look at. I also think, I just need to do a bit more boost than that. Minimus. I can't tell. I can't see what I'm doing. This is awful. 1 second. I'm going to Google how to change the focus in Kerbal map mode. Because I don't know. You can double click on any planet to bring it into focus, or sometimes you'll accidentally switch to a ship or a flag. Okay, so I should be able to double click on my ship or anything over here. There's my ship. No. Minimus. Oh, there we go. Right, I'm looking at Minimus now. Okay, thank goodness for that. So, right, that was awkward and extremely annoying. So, let's try to do this. Let's try to do this again, but properly. Yeah, well, professionally, and I knew how to go off and look for and find the answer, and that's what more could you want? So, turn SAS off again. Right, so I need to get to about here, which is 4 minutes away, and then have a quick boost to circularize the orbit. Then I can drop down to back down to Norbit, and hopefully it's a little bit. We are actually. I've timed this. I've got this a lot finer than I was hoping. We're very, very close to running out of fuel. Hopefully, I'll have enough fuel to actually to manage it. I probably should have. You know what? I'm gonna save scum a little bit. Let's save game here. And worst case, if this all goes horribly wrong, then I'll have no money and I'll be doomed. I was gonna say I'll send another. I'll do a rescue mission and send another craft out to get him. But yeah. Exactly, no guard. It's yes, being able to find information is an important skill. Prograde. This is Minimus. It can't be difficult to get a orbit like that. Oh no, it can be difficult. Oh, ooh, that is officially not quite sufficient. Let's load that. I think this guy might be I think I might be doomed, to be honest. We can pull the legs back in. That won't make any difference at all because they still weigh exactly the same amount as they did before. Right, that's very unfortunate. We've got enough fuel to land again, I suspect. I'm really quite annoyed that I got. If I warp to here, maybe if I get it right in exactly the right place, we can get a slightly more efficient boost out of it. I'm so close to having enough fuel. It's kind of ridiculous. But I reckon if I feather this carefully, I might be able to manage it. I have down to my last 4.1 fuels and 5 oxidizers. I've got monoprop, actually. I just haven't got anything to monoprop it, to fire the monoprop out of. Electric charge won't do any good. That's just for moving the ship around and stuff. Yeah. This is really frustrating because it's so close. There we go. Right, I have an orbit and a tiny amount of my fuel left. So, my periapsis is down here. So this is the best. This is the most efficient place to do the burn. But actually, I kind of want to... Ooh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. That is what I meant to do. I'm going to run out of... There we go. So that line there is essentially where I run out of fuel. If I pull this around this way... No, I'm still not going to have enough fuel. That's really frustrating. That's so close. Actually, it's not that close. I'd need quite a lot more fuel to get... Hang on, what have I... No, it's just speed increase. What? That's taking more... Oh, there we go. So if I had 73 meters per second of fuel left, then I'd be able to get back. As it is, I think I probably would. No, it's not. It's not showing. Oh no, that would just get me into Minmus's orbit. I need a little bit more than that. So I have in fact screwed this one rather nicely. I guess. I mean, there's a couple of choices here. One is that I revert to Launchpad and redo all of that. Another one is I try and see if there's a quick save. No, there isn't. There's no quick save in there, so I haven't quick saved, so I can't go back to that. Autosaves is borderline cheating. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave, because I don't want to save scum too much. Well, firstly we're going to delete this maneuver node because it's useless. Hopefully, let me delete the maneuver node. Oh yeah, like that. So we're going to leave Jeb in orbit around Minmus for a while. We're going to return to. Okay, that's not what I wanted. We're going to return to the space station, space center, and think about a rescue mission. The problem is, whilst we did gather all of that science, we've now not got any money and we've not got any science. So we'll look over here. We've got. We have loads of money now because we achieved lots of things. So over here we've managed to get to. We've broken a speed record. We've performed a spacewalk. We've done a flyby of Minmus. Yada 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 yada. We've done all of this stuff, so we've got loads and loads of money now. So actually, things are not as dire as I thought. Yeah, we've except for now get back to the Vessel. Okay, fine. Explore Kerbin. Yes, fine. Right. So we've got loads of money. Got 45 science. Actually, I'm not quite sure why. So this means we can now do some important things like getting the where was it? What was it? Was it down here? Was it this one? Somewhere in here, there's the option for... Was it this one? Why are you blue? I don't know why you're blue. Oh, yeah, we can do this one, which will allow us to do the... take Taurus up into space. So we'll buy that for 45. And it'll also allow us to make a big enough pod to go out and rescue Jeb. So yeah, no, don't be too upset about for him. I mean, yes, okay, he's going to be left out there for a month or two, but we're going to fly out. We're going to rescue him. We're going to make a rocket that can get out there and actually get back again, because that'd be nice, wouldn't it? So time to build a passenger rocket. Actually, let's go and see what before I start building a rocket. Let's go over to the mission area and find out what the tourists want to do. So VIP wants to go to suborbital spaceflight. We can do that. Orbit around Kerbin. That's slightly harder. Hey, unless I've grabbed them. Oh no, I've already got the 4 tourists to the destination back. So this one, we've still got that. The suborbital spaceflight on Kerbin. Easy. Over here, this one was also suborbital spaceflight on Kerbin. So we'll take that one as well. We'll take all 5 of them. We'll make a really big ship for that. Frustratingly, the one that was 4 people who wanted to go and do an orbital trip the contract has evaporated because I went off further than it expected, and so it's just cancelled it for me, which is rather unfortunate. But we can take these 5 people up and just achieve get that sort of achievement thing and call that a practice run, and then we'll make a bigger version of the same rocket or a longer distance version of the same rocket to go off and rescue Jeb. So we're going to need a command module. The command module is going to need a parachute because of course it is. We want to come back safely. Doop. We're going to need cabins. 1, 2, 3, like that. Then we're going to need a massive ablative heat shield to put on the bottom of this. I'm tempted to use oh, that's an even smaller one. Never mind. Let's take the normal one. There we go. We'll leave that at full capacity. Now it occurs to me I forgot to shrink down the one on the last ship, and if I'd brought this down, that might have made enough of a weight difference that we'd have had enough fuel to get back. I'm not going to bet on that, but it's a sort of a suspicion. We're going to need a lot more parachutes because this is going to be heavy. So we'll put in the radial chutes down the side here. We'll go for 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair. I don't know how fast we're going to be coming in, so I'm going to put in a set of a couple of sets of drogue chutes as well. Basically, I want this craft to land safely. That's the point behind this. So there we go. That's going to be the bus that the people sit in. On the bottom of here, we're going to put in one of the 800 tanks like that. Oh no, we need a. It'd help if I put in a decoupler first, wouldn't it? So we're going to put in a decoupler. We're going to put in a decoupler of an appropriate size. There we go. And a fuel tank. That's an engines. A fuel tank like that. Now this is going to be just to give it that sort of final nudge to make sure it goes. I don't think we even. I'll bring that along anyway, just to give us a bit more control and power and stuff. Give a reliant engine on the bottom there, and then we'll have 4 of the thumpers to lift the whole thing up. We don't have to go all that high. This just has to take us up to. In fact, maybe it's only take 3. See how it goes. Take 3 of the thumpers, and that should be enough to loft us to low Earth orbit. Low Kerbin orbit. Because we don't need to go orbital with this one. We just need to go high and not fast. So throw this together like this. Put those nose cones on the top there, and then we can put in the crew. The science I believe is tied to Ooh, that's a good point. Yes, I probably do have to recover the side pods as well, or take out an engineer to pull the information out of the pods. That'd be a better way to do it. So we've got Valentina, who is our second pilot. So she's she can also pilot, and we've got a scientist and an engineer. I forget what's the difference. Oh, scientists boost the value of data from science experiments. Oh right, I should start sending scientists out. Whereas engineers are capable of repairing broken parts, and I believe they can also pull data. Oh no, actually no. Jeb can pull the science information out of all of the modules that are around the craft. He just can't reset them. I think it might be scientists who can. Scientists reset experiments. Sorry, not engineers. That's the point of scientists. Engineers can repair damaged bits of craft and things like that. So we also want to fill up with tourists like that, and let's take Bob along for the ride as well because we can. Okay, so we've got a load of oomph here from the 3 solid rocket boosters. There's an engine in the middle. We're going to fire all of those at once. get rid of the side boosters when they're empty, and then drift down under parachutes and come back for TN medals, okay, and happy passengers. So if we have a quick look at the this one, we've got suborbital space flight, suborbital space flight, suborbital space flight. So they all want exactly the same thing, which is what we're going to give them. This is the Blue Origin trip, where you get punted up to the edge of space and then drift gently back down again. Although, to be fair, Blue Origin do propulsive landings. I'm not going to do a propulsive landing. We're going to do that under parachutes. So, launch time. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to rescue. We're going to go and rescue Jeb. Definitely, we're not going to leave him out there. That'd be mean. But yeah, we need a slightly better spaceship in order to do that. Certainly better than this one. Right. So throttle up, stability control on, and go. Going up. Solid fuel burning nicely there. Liquid fuel also burning. I'm gonna... How fast are we going? We're going up pretty quickly at the moment. I think I'm gonna throttle back with the liquid fuel engine for now. I can always increase it again if once the solid fuel ones run out, if we're not going to end up high enough. But the slower you... I was going to say the slower you go, the higher you get for the same amount of fuel. I'm not sure that's actually true. I think actually the faster you get, the faster you go, the higher you get. Or the more thrust you use. But if you go too fast, then everything gets a bit burny like this. 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. Jettison the side things. There we go. Let's let things cool down a bit, and then kick back in with the secondary engine. So what's our peri at our apoapsis at the moment? Apoapsis is 140. Wow. Okay, we are going more than high enough. This is all fine. I'll save that bit of fuel. Maybe I can give it to Jeb. That'd be quite handy. Yeah, maybe all the tourists could be media. Can you actually see inside these things? You can see the inventory. I thought there was a way of... Oh, here we go. Blimey. This is the view of one of the tourists. So that is a Kerbal, for anyone who's wondering. That's one of the other tourist Kerbals. You see how happy he is. He's a very, very merry chappy. I don't know how to get back out of this view. Not like that. Not like that. And map? No. I mean, that's useful information, but that's not what I wanted either. How do you get back out of this view? I got into it by... I am very stuck. This is looking out of the window view. Looking out of the window vision. That's lovely. But also, again, not what I wanted. So I think I'm switching between... No, I don't know what I'm doing. One moment, I'm going to Google again. Kerbal, switch out of first-person view. That's not what I was looking for. How do I exit first? I'm not the first person to ask this. For PS4, you press L1 and down on the right analog stick. That is not helpful. Press C, apparently. There we go. As you say, professional streamer. Right. I suspect space is still fairly interesting. Are we still going up? We are still going up really quite quickly. We are giving these Kerbals more than they're necessarily paid for, more than they bargained for, because we only had to go up about 100,000 meters, and we've gone up 178 instead. So you're welcome, I guess. And we've still got quite a lot of fuel left to go a bit higher. I think what I'll do is I'll use the remaining fuel in the rocket to soften to slow us down a bit when we hit atmosphere, and then it won't put quite so much of a jolt on the parachutes when we try and open them, because I've got a lot of parachutes on this craft, but I am still a little bit concerned about how hard the impact is going, how hard the jolt is going to be when they all open up again. Oop, there we go, back into atmosphere. Yeah, we should definitely charge by the meter. You go extra far, you pay extra more. You pay more for the privilege. That'd be a very good idea. So yeah, we still have half a tank of fuel over here. We're coming in fairly hot. But I think it's probably going to be absolutely fine. We shall see. But, you know, that's getting quite toasty. We haven't got any warning things coming up yet. But let's slow it down a bit. Especially as we're only 26,000 meters up now. Oh, that's a bit tumbly. That's a lot tumbly. That's not good. I'm going too fast. I can't... well, hopefully we'll slow down and we won't just nosedive into the ground. Come on, I need to open the chutes. No, that did not go well. Okay, we may need to rethink re-entry. That's definitely a revert to vehicle assembly. Okay, so that did not go as planned, believe it or not. No, that did not seem good. So, let's see, what happened? On the way back down again, we were going too fast. Even the rocket firing couldn't slow us down enough to compensate. So when it started to tumble, I jettisoned the rocket, and we were still going far too fast for the chutes to open. Now, the whole point of drogue chutes, in fact, I need to correct this this thing here. So the drogue chutes should pop earlier. So I need to set the drogue. Are you a drogue? Yes, you're the drogue chutes there. Put them in that activity group and that one. So now this activity group is all of the engines. The going up part worked fine. Although actually, you know what? Let's take those off and drop down to only 2 boosters because we had more than that was far more up than we needed, and having a little bit less up will mean a little bit less speed on the down as well. So yeah, that was good. That was what they call lithobraking, which is like aerobraking but with the ground. So first one is use those, then we jettison the side boosters, then we jettison the bottom booster, then we open all the drogue chutes, which is the part that didn't go quite as planned. Then we open all of the normal chutes, and hopefully that'll bring us in for a sensible landing. We do have a lot of extra weight here. I'm aware of that because we've got 3 of these things in there as well. So that does makes the craft much heavier. So there's a lot more energy to bleed off. So I was hoping most of that would go with the heat shield on the bottom, but that didn't really happen. I think my other mistake was keeping this bottom thing on all the way down like that. So we'll get rid of the rocket a lot more quickly this time. Let's just try this again because I think most of it. Right, yeah, that's correct. I think most of this was right, apart from the re-entry. So let's try that again. Yeah, I did trigger the separation to get rid of the bottom booster, the bottom engine. It wasn't from it, but I did do it when it started to pivot because it was obviously doing no good at that point. Right, let's try this again. Let's see how high we go. The boosters were indeed pushing far too much. We went much higher than we meant to, and that also didn't help. Right, let's throttle up, stability on, go. Going up, throttling down. I think about 1/3 throttle is probably reasonable. I don't know. I'm sort of making this up. Suddenly we were going places I didn't want to go. Yes, like into the ground. You're not wrong. Apoapsis is now 19, 20,000, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25,000. It's going up nicely. We're nearly out of solid fuel. Chunk. Get rid of those. There we go. I was going to say lovely, but then they exploded right underneath me. Still, that was far enough away that it wasn't a problem. How are we doing for apoapsis? 97, 88, 99,000, 100,000. There we go. Let's cut the engine. No, other way. Cut the engines. There we go. Let's check the mission requirements to see if it says what the actual height they have to get to is. So it doesn't. Okay. We all know what suborbital means. Suborbital means 100,000, which we're going to do with this, and we still have half a rocket left, so we'll slow down a bit before we hit the atmosphere again, and then we'll get rid of it. and then we'll see how things go from there. Oh dear. As I say, in theory, as long as we can sort of fall more or less vertically, we've got the big heat shield on the bottom that's going to keep that safe, and as long as we can slow down enough, we've got the drogue chutes and things, so we shall see. I mean, it's telling me I can open the drogue chutes now if I want to, which feels a little bit unwise, but we've made, yep, there we go. We've made the suborbital space flight, so everyone is now happy. We just need to bring them back down again. So we've done that bit of the flight. Lovely. We just need to... Okay, we've gone quite a lot higher than we needed to. We appear to have completed it at about this sort of height, whatever that height was, which is more like 70,000, but never mind. Let's just warp to here. We've seen all this bit before. Rocket is still pointing straight downwards. So as we start to approach the atmosphere, I'm gonna use the rocket thrusters to burn off some speed, and hopefully so we can re-enter a little bit more slowly this time. Hopefully things will go a little bit better. Yeah, well, I left the slowing down by rocket until far too late. That was the problem. That's why it went so badly. But yeah, I'm gonna do a bit of that now. And then get rid of it at some point fairly soon. I'm kind of making this up a little bit. I was expecting to be. I have to admit, I was expecting it to be a bit more successful at the. I was expecting this sort of. Oh well, there we go. That's as much of that as I can do. So we can now get rid of the rocket thruster. We brought our speed down, dropping speed down to about 200 meters per second, and now we're speeding up again gradually. As we start to hit the heavier, thicker parts of the atmosphere, we'll start to use the heat shield, the ablative shield. What's it called? There we go. The heat shield on the bottom will start to spark and take a lot of the energy. The problem, the risk is if it starts to tumble. Basically, and we need these parachutes are effective at certain heights, really, I think, and certain speeds. No, you're the parachute. There we go. Yeah, 2,500 meters ideally, apparently. Oh no, is that automatic triggering? I'm not sure. I think this may go okay. We shall find out. And when we're doing acceptable speeds at the moment, we can still open the drogue chutes. That's fine. If those go orange, I think I might just pop them straight away. What are we at? We're still at 30,000 meters. So still a long way up. It's safe to deploy the drogue chutes, but not the main chutes. That's what that's telling me. Oop. There we go. I've deployed the drogues in theory. In practice, I don't know what's happened. Maybe I should have done that sooner. Okay, now we've assumed the wrong position. That is not. You're supposed to be in the belly flop position, like a starship. I think this is going to go badly again. What happened to the drogue chutes when I deployed them? Nope, that's gone badly again. Maybe. I'm not sure Boom. I'm not sure how to fix this. My thinking is that all of this is too heavy for what we've got. Bringing it back for to be slowed down by air resistance because it's relatively narrow. There's quite a lot of this, not very much cross section. I think I'll give that one more try, and this time I'll open the drogue chutes sort of almost immediately as we enter in the upper atmosphere and see how that works. Because I'm curious about that. I am making this up a little bit as I go along. Can you tell? And no, we haven't killed anybody yet because I've always reverted back to back to the vehicle assembly building, so it doesn't count. None of that. Yeah, none of that counts. Okay, let's go. Load atomic bombs instead of tourists and change the business model. Yeah, maybe. It would be slightly different, I suppose. I'm also not firing the central engine this time at the moment because we're getting more than enough height on all of these, all these shots. So I don't think there's any point in pushing it harder than I need to. In fact, yay! Those explode far too close when they come off like that. I might need to, if I do this again, I'm going to fiddle that design to try and make that a little bit safer. So we're getting an apoapsis of about 30,000 just from the two side boosters. So we do need to go a bit higher than that. More like, was it 60 or was it 70? Let's say 60. Let's do 60,000 first, and then like that. Now it's going to come back down again. That's dropping due to air resistance. But that's sort of fine, kind of expected. Just let it drift up now, and yeah, and then we'll go up and then come back down again and see what happens if we open the drogue chutes a bit earlier and see if they're a bit more effective at slightly lower speeds, basically. Okay, we're probably going to make it to 60,000. Let's see if that's enough. If not, we've got oodles of fuel left. We can go higher if we need to. Should probably watch that one. There we go. There's the contracts. Go for the, maybe potentially going ever so slightly for the bare minimum on this contract now at this point. Trust me. His house is fairly small and it's a big planet. I probably wouldn't be able to hit his house. It might have been 75k. I'm going to sort of sneak up. All right, let's do a little bit more boost. $59. $60. It was indeed not 60. How high is it now? 64. Why am I doing that from here? There we go. It might be 70 rather than 75. But, you know, we've got the fuel. Let's just find out. Right, 66, 67. To speed up time a bit. 68, 69, 70. There we go, 70 is. So orbit is, the Kerman line, Kármán line is 70,000. Cheeky sod, Alexander. Oh, don't worry, I'm not trying to fire nukes at Russia, at least not yet. Hey, I managed to get to Minmus. We'll ignore the fact that I didn't manage to get back for now, but I did manage to get there. That's a good start, right? Let's bleed off the speed again. And there's a bit of fuel left, so we'll let the speed pick up again and then bleed it all off again. In theory, to land propulsively without and there we go. That's all the fuel. Now let's open the drogue chutes. That was a loud parachute noise, but I don't see any parachutes. They're supposed to appear visually. Unless that's just the chutes are now pending and will open when they have enough when their conditions are met. I don't know what that blue colour means. Tell me about. I could disarm them. Say, yeah, safe to deploy. So they should be deployed. I don't know. Maybe there isn't enough air to pull them out yet because we're still too high up in the atmosphere. But then you'd think if there's enough air for it to heat up as much as it has been, then there'd be enough air to deploy the drogue chutes, wouldn't you? At least I'd think that. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's true. I haven't been too worried about where I land. And at the moment, I'm sort of trying to land vaguely close to the Kerbal Space Center over here. But beyond that, yes, I don't care. 600 meters per second. That's quite quick. I would appreciate it if the drogue chutes would, you know, deploy. That's kind of the point of them. Oh, there they are. Nice. Right, so we've got chutes now, and that look how fast the velocity is dropping. Excellent. I think this now seems to be working. he says cautiously optimistically. We're still doing 300 meters per second, but that's fine. We can open up the when we get down to about 5,000 meters or so above the ground, we can open all the rest of the chutes, and that should slow us down nicely. Because the drogue chutes are just there to slow you down to the point where you can open your normal chutes, and then the normal chutes are what make you land reasonably safely. It's going to be a little bit of a bump, but nothing too bad. Let's go about 5,000. Oop, that was the rocket engine blowing up when it hit the ground. There we go. There's a flood of other parachutes. Yeah, it doesn't simulate parachutes nudging into each other very well, but we'll ignore that. So we go now down to 120 meters per second, and when the chutes open properly at whatever height it is they open at, there we go, like that. Well, some of them opened anyway. That'll slow us down even further. So now we're doing 30 meters a second, and we're 2,000 meters up still, so I'm going to speed time up. Vadoing as all the chutes open, and there we go. Now we're down to 4 meters per second, and that's a sort of an appropriate landing speed in this game. Yeah, okay. Maybe I went a little bit overboard on the number of parachutes because this is rather slow, and this is at 4 times speed. No, this is Kerbin. So there's a full atmosphere on here. This is the Earth equivalent. It's smaller than Earth to make all the rocketry easier, because Earth is a really difficult planet to rocket from. I've heard it said that we are borderline to the point where if the Earth was any bigger, it wouldn't be feasible to launch from it with standard chemical rockets. Citation needed, of course, but. Yeah, Kerbin is much smaller than Earth and therefore much easier. There is a mod, of course, that makes one of my fuel tanks survived. There is a mod that turns Kerbin into an Earth-sized planet and makes the game much harder. I'm not playing with that because I'm not a masochist. And bump, there we go, perfect landing, and it fell over. Still counts as a perfect landing. Let's have Valentina pop out. If I can find her. I can't because it's landed the wrong way. It's landed upside down. Oh no, there's the hatch. Valentina, get out. Have a look around. Can you find any useful science from here? I don't think you're going to be able to, but no, you're not. Okay, get back in. Don't care. Right, recover vessel, and there we go. That is how you, on your third attempt, make a load of tourists very happy. So we got a tiny amount of science from that for some reason, and we've got 1 science in total now, which is lovely. The crew are all very happy. They all gained 1 XP, and we're now ready to do something later. So good. We have now. There we go. So we've now made another 78,000 monies from doing that mission, which is the sort of the point of those. And now we can start thinking about a rescue mission. So given how difficult it was bringing that craft into land, I think I might need to have a bit of a think about how I'm going to design my next rescue rocket. And we're not going to base it on that one. There we go. So we're going to need a command pod. And the only one we have currently is the Mark 1 command pod, which is a shame. Now we could send one out that was completely computer controlled, but I suspect that way lies madness. I'm not going to try that. We're going to bring this back with is it payload? No, utility? Utility. There we go. So we need a crew cabin on there, but we're only going to put 1 on because apparently having 2 is just having 3 makes the whole thing very heavy and just difficult to everything. This is also going to get a thermal heat shield. That's the small one. Use the right pieces, Laurence. There we go. Put a heat shield on the bottom there. Going to put some parachutes on this again, as usual. So we stick the little round parachute on the top because you might as well. There's not much else you can put on the top of the rocket. Zoom. There we go. And then we'll have radial parachutes. 2 of those. I think two is sufficient. Once we slowed it down enough, it was absolutely fine. We didn't have any problems with landing. We just had to get it slowed down enough so that the chutes could work. Then we need to think about getting it to Minmus and back again. So for that, we're going to use a much bigger fuel tank than we did last time. Yes, exactly, Alexander. Large quantities of fuel. I'll use the second biggest one, the 400. I'd also like some monoprop. Okay, no, I'd like some monoprop manoeuvring thrusters, because otherwise, actually that's not true. We could, if we can get them close enough together, we can fly over with we can fly over with this little jetpack thing. Engines. Do we have? No, that's just a tiny engine. I think. Oh, it's not that tiny actually. It's a fairly small engine. Where are my monoprop thrusters? Don't tell me I just haven't invented monoprop yet. Oh, I do have one of the brand adapters for making bigger, using the big fuel tanks. Excellent. I will use that then. But I don't seem to have the manoeuvring thrusters. That's quite annoying. We're going to have to do this with just the big engines. Okay. Well, we'll put the which was the good one in space. 310, 320. We'll put that on there. Well, oh yeah, this time we will think about reducing the amount of ablator on there down to 100, down to 80, because I think there's going to be more than enough on there to slow this thing down. And we saw what happened last time, basically, is what I'm trying to say here. Then, right, so that's going to be my. This is going to be my rescue craft. That's going to do what it's going to. Can you climb in and out of these? I have this sudden concern that Kerbals might not be able to climb from a command pod into a crew cabin. I think they must be able to. Can Kerbals... Yeah, can Laurence use a computer? Can Kerbals climb into a crew cabin? Right, okay, they can transfer from another crew pod. Alright, that should be alright then. Let me just check this, because other people have had the same problem. So someone on Reddit here has managed to ferry tourists on a suborbital flight. Fine. Put one Mark 1 lander can, a Mark 1 capsule, put it at the bottom, put the crew cabin above it. What? That's a weird thing. Okay, there seems to be a bit of an uncertainty on the internet about whether you can. So what we've got here is we've got a box here that we can put two Kerbals into, and we've got a control pod here that you can have one Kerbal in. Now I'm not sure whether you can have the Kerbal climb from this one into this one. Let's just do this. Do we have a Kerbal in here? Crew, yes, we do. We've got. Oh, Bill is should be Valentina. She's a pilot. Right, Valentina, I want you in the. Want you in there. Can you get from in there into the other capsule? Because if you can, then Jeb can climb into the main capsule, into the control module. If she can't, then we are sort of doomed. So transfer to there. Note to there. Oh yeah, there we go. That's absolutely fine. So yeah, Valentina was able to move from in here. So there's now nobody in here, but there is one Kerbal in here, which it won't show me for some reason because I don't know. Oh, it shows me that she's there, and then she can transfer from there back into here. Excellent. Okay, so that does work. Good. Revert back to vehicle assembly building. Good. Okay, I was a little bit worried about whether there was going to be a door between these two modules or not, and it turns out there is. So that's absolutely fine. Good. Now we just need to get that back. Now we just need to get this thing over to the other end of the sphere of influence. So we're going to put in a coupler in. That's the big one. We're going to put this back. We're going to put in a coupler here. We're then going to go absolutely nuts because I've noticed we have this thing, which we can put on there, and we can then start playing with the big boy fuel tank. So let's this rocket's going to be a bit bigger, right? So we can now start playing with the big boy fuel tanks like this one, the 16 or the so that 8 is the same size as that 8, but because it's wider, it's not as tall. So we can stick a couple of these on here. Do we have the big boy engines to go with those as well? No. Okay, we only have the Reliant to go with this, but never mind. I mean, that looks kind of ridiculous, but it'll work, and it makes the whole spacecraft a little bit less ridiculously tall and unwieldy. So with that, we then need to put in the radial clamps. We'll put in. Did we have? Yeah, I think we went with 4 thumpers before, didn't we? So we'll do this again. 4 thumpers and the aero hood on the top of that as well, like that. The hard part is going to be getting the 2 spacecraft close enough together that Jeb can fly over, but we'll worry about that when we get there. And then the other hard part is going to be landing the damn thing. So we have a lot more fuel this time because we've got I think we have anyway. We've got a bigger tank up top here for the 3rd stage. We've got we did all. Oh, we did more all liquid fuel before, didn't we? We had liquid boosters on the side of it, but because I remember we did asparagus staging. But this is twice as much fuel here, 4 times as much fuel up here, but a bigger payload. But I think it's probably going to be all right. So let's give this one a shot. What would Jeb say if he knew that we were planning a rescue mission for him, but we thought we'd do a tourist run first for some nice friendly people before we went out to rescue him. So this is going to be my rescue rocket. Interplanetoidary rescue. There we go. There's a good word for it. Yeah, I can try and save the liquid fuel to an extent. Although you use actually that's bad economy. Because the faster your rocket goes, as long as it doesn't catch fire from going too fast, the more efficient it is. Because due to the way due to the way spaceflight works. Because right, if you imagine you have a rocket that has a thrust to weight ratio of exactly 1, it'll be able to just hover in the air, but it'll still be using loads of fuel. If you make it twice as powerful, it'll use twice as much fuel, but it'll go up, obviously, infinitely faster. If you take your rocket that has a thrust-to-weight ratio of 2 and upgrade it to have a thrust-to-weight ratio of 3, it'll use 50% more fuel, but it'll go up twice as quick. So actually, the faster you go, the less fuel you use, as long as you don't... But the more air resistance you get and catch fire. Yes, exactly. We're off to go and rescue all that science, all that very, very important science. So we're going to put that engine in with the... so we're going to run all the engines immediately on takeoff, but I will throttle the liquid fuel one back when for launch. Then we disconnect there, then we disconnect there, then we have this engine. Then I haven't disconnected I haven't put in a decouplometron up here. That's a bit of a fail. So we take off the fuel tank like that. We put in a decouplometron in here like that. Then we put this bit on there. Otherwise, we're going to be trying to land with all of the engines and stuff still attached, and that's not going to go well for anyone. And then we've got all the parachutes are in the same thing, which is annoying. So we've got that one. We've got these 2 drogue chutes go down to here, and I think that should be enough parachutes to bring it in as long as we slow down enough on re-entry. Okay. True. Yes, that's a good point. If the solid fuel boosters, well, we'll see how far we get, and with the launch. Yeah, you're right. If I can't lean the craft over enough that I want to convert a decent whack of the solid fuel boosters energy into getting me into orbit as opposed to just up high, then it's going to give us problems. Valentina hasn't leveled up as much as Jeb has, so we only get the 1 control there, I think, which is a bit of a shame. Right, so let's just see how it goes. Yeah, we're getting a decent amount of off this stage. I think I'll give it a little bit more power. Is that actually? Oh, it's not. What? That should be in this. There we go. That was in the wrong. Somehow that got into the wrong action group. Can you lean over a little bit? No, you can't. This rocket is too stable and won't lean over to do a gravity turn. That's the problem with that's the problem with these dumb fins I've put on it. They make the rocket a lot more stable, and apparently they just make it completely incapable of tipping over as it's supposed to. So I'll throttle that engine down a bit because we're getting lots and lots of height out of these. We can then get rid of them. That is terrifying. Get rid of them like that. 90 degrees is down. No, that's the wrong way. I pushed the wrong button. That was my fault. It's gone the wrong... Let's go back to the vehicle assembly building and see if I can make these things not blow up quite so much when they detach, or blow up quite so close to the rocket. So if we use the move tool, take these things and move them down a bit like that. That should make it a little bit more... Actually, no. Move them back up again. Move these down. I said these. Yeah. Move those down a bit like that. There we go. That's going to be a bit better, I think. Yeah, when they all detach, it'll be a little bit less. Well, the explosion will happen slightly further away from the rocket, and that makes it a lot less terrifying. So yes, I didn't have any control authority on this rocket, which is because that's because there's some tiny little wheels spinning away up in here, and that's not enough to make the entire massive thing lean over, which is fair. But I don't have any active aero. They're just straight fins that you can put on to give you a little bit more stability. So oh, actually, if I fire up the liquid fuel engine, that'll give me the control authority I need. So yeah, okay, we can get a bit of control out of it. So I didn't adjust the staging. I'll do that before we take off. So let's try and get all of this correct this time. So I want to put stability control on. We want that rocket engine to kick in at the same time as all of the others, but at 0 throttle. So that's good. Then when we get up to about 1,000 meters up, we can raise the throttle on the liquid engine a little bit and use that to tip the rocket over so it's going in the right direction. All these theories seem good, but we shall see. Maybe 1,500 meters up, actually. Maybe 2,000. Oh, I don't know. About here. Start to tip it over a little bit, please. Even with that rocket motor going absolutely flat out, it still can't defeat the sheer amount of thrust coming from these and the amount of resistance from the winglets on there. So that's not working. But never mind. There we go. Much fewer explosions. Okay, much further. Explosions have still happened, but happened much further away, so it's much better. Right, let's start the gravity turn. Nope, it's unstable. Ah, that is one very unstable rocket, apparently. Yeah, when it starts to do that, you don't. Why is it so unstable? Let's have a look at some of the numbers and things. Okay, Calcium. Well, thanks for joining. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you on Monday, I guess, for the next one, or whenever a video comes out as well. So we have some information things down here, which can show me the center of mass, which is right down there, the center of thrust, which is down there at the moment, and center of aerodynamicity. Yeah, the tiny engine might not have given us as much oomph and control as we'd have hoped. If I take that off, I think the problem is actually the center of aerodynamicity is up there. Center of thrust is below the center of mass. That's always going to be the case, I think. What if I put in some more winglets on here, some fins on here? That pulls that down a bit. That's going to make it a lot more stable. So let's do it. But it's also going to make it harder to adjust. Let's put 4 of those on instead of just 1, because that's ridiculous. And that brings the center of aerodynamic what's name down to it's about the same place as the center of gravity. Now let's put these back on again. Yeah, okay. Give that a try. Maybe I should give the gravity turn a miss for now. Smaller side engines is an interesting possibility. I've never really used those. I don't know how well they'd work. That goes still in there because I keep forgetting to do that properly. So throttle is 0, go. Shoop. Up we go. Up, up and away. Or I could just let the whole thing just fly up to. I mean, how high does it get on its own on the solid thrusters? Yeah, everybody likes it. Everybody likes fins on their rockets. Turn low. And we're getting a decent amount of height out of these. By which I mean, apparently mean 28,000 meters. That was an explosion. I don't know where it happened. I don't want to know. Do we have enough oomph to... Yeah, okay, we do. This engine is not really powerful enough for the job we're doing with it. But we'll limp our way up to orbit with it and then go from there. Yeah, it's not really... It's barely powerful enough to lift the rocket. The speed is gradually increasing, so we do have a thrust-to-weight ratio of better than 1, but not by as much as I would like. So this is a bit of a waste of fuel, but never mind. Valentina is doing her best to keep the rocket stable and actually doing a pretty good job of it. I'm happy with this time. We're now at sort of orbital somethings. So let's turn the engine off now. How are we doing? Right, so we've got an oh, not quite high enough yet, but we'll let this fly up a little bit further, and then we'll do a bit more of a boost as we get slightly higher. I'm kind of making this up as I go along. Can you tell? Right, there we go, 75,000. And we're going up, actually climbing up that really, really quickly. That's interesting. Probably a good thing. I don't know. I don't know if it's a good thing. I think we need a lot more sideways though, so let's turn the engine back on again. This is, as I said before, this is the difficult part of the flight, the expensive part of the flight and the fuel, just getting off Kerbin. I'm wondering if I should have brought a bigger engine to be able to do this more quickly, but then we'd have got through more fuel, and no, I don't know. I'm, as I say, making it up as I go along. Let's see if this is even enough to get into orbit. I'm not quite sure it's going. I'm not convinced it's going to be, actually. We've used half of the fuel already. Apo is at 83. Yeah. I think we might be going to be going back down to Norvis and putting in some more boost. Yeah, probably. Because the Perry is still more or less the centre of the planet. And I need to have a decent amount of fuel available because there's going to be probably going to be lots of messing around with trying to manoeuvre and get the two craft close to each other. So it is going to be manoeuvring out near Minmus, where you don't need to use anything like as much fuel to do so. But I want to have most of the second stage available, or third stage, whatever stage I'm on now, available for that. I need to invest in the bigger rocket boosters, but I can't afford those at the moment. They're too much, cost too much science. Ooh, don't go too far. I mean, that's nearly there. The Perry has nearly popped out the other side of the planet. And when that happens, as we saw before, it's fairly quick from there to... Actually, the apoapsis is escaping. Let's catch up with that a bit. Then Yeah, that's nearly there. Then it's just the boost to get me out to the planet, the moon, right? The second moon. Swing the rocket around a little bit. Yeah, we should have brought those tourists along for the rescue attempt. Then they could all have taken all the photos they want to. Right. Okay, we are now circularized. Well, circular-ish. We've got 130 on that side and 70 on that side, which isn't perfect, but it's close enough. So now let's think about Minmus. There it is. There is the Minmus. That is the target. If I wanted to go there, how would I do so? Yeah, like that, but not quite so much. Ooh, that's actually pretty close. My estimates are really on point today. That's not quite as close. So I don't need to use that much fuel. I don't want to go that far out. I want to go about this far out and still get a reasonably close approach. Like, ooh, that? Am I at some weird angle? Or am I not at some weird angle, rather? Okay, so that's fairly close. That's a reasonable approach there. If I do that, then we're a bit closer, and I can pull that back a little bit as well. Ooh, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. We're also going to need to go down, for want of a better word, like this. Yeah, there we go. We've got an intercept now. That's good. And a weird flickery line, but that's always the way. Oh, and now we've missed. I'm not doing this properly. I've remembered how you're supposed. Oh no, that's. Burning a lot of fuel for this, but then how long is it? It's only a 3-second burn time. We just need to chuck the old fuel can out and switch over to the other, switch over to the new one, and we're gonna have virtually all the fuel to get there. So I think that's reasonable. That's going to get me going approximately to over to that planet, and then we can work out how to actually yeah. Apparently I've played this game enough that I have a rough idea of how to pick an orbital wasp name. Yeah, you may well be right. We may end up with 2 stranded astronauts. I sincerely hope that's not the case, but it is certainly a possibility. It's 11:30. I should probably stop streaming soon. Right, so let's warp to here. Zoop. And then I've got a couple of minutes to flip the rocket round, point it in the right direction, which is it's heavy and lumbery at this point, because we've still got the entire launch stage on the back there, slowing us down quite a lot. But if I bring this over to here, this is really heavy and cumbersome, and I can't stop it spinning. Go back the other way, and then massively overshoot in the opposite direction, probably. Of a tiny amount of fuel, it's almost not worth using this. In fact, let's not use this. Let's do that. There was a tiny amount of fuel left in there, but it was such a silly amount that it wouldn't have I'd have spent more time faffing around trying to release the previous stage and get going. It doesn't know how powerful my. Oops. What? No. Who set up this staging? Oh, that fuel is going down very, very quickly. No, this isn't going to make it. How are we getting through the fuel so fast? This is meant to be a really big tank. Oop, I've gone inside again. No, extra. Yeah. What's happened to my camera? How did I get through the fuel so quickly? That's a decent sized tank. Oh, no, I remember. Yeah, I've missed a stage out on this rocket. No, this isn't going to work at all. There's no chance of this working. I'm going to have to revert, and probably revert to bed as well, actually, because as I say, it's got rather late. Yeah, I missed a stage out. The other rocket I built had another stage in between the. So there was this one for exploring Minmus. There was this one for taking off from the ground, and then there was another one in between for actually doing the transminmer injection. That's why this failed. So I need... How much science do I have? None, basically, wasn't it? I think it was basically none. Right, anyway, so I need to have another stage in here to get this whole thing to do the jump over to Minmus. So that's going to be another 3 of those, maybe. It's going to be quite a big oomph. Then I need one of the efficient engines, which is the swivel. Let's put that in there. It doesn't matter. Oh, actually, I could use a Terrier, but I just have to run it forever. I can't be bothered with that. And then I think this stage here needs to have a bit more power, but we also need to have a detachometron in there, which I don't think I've researched. I don't think I've researched a big enough detachometron. Oh yes, I have. So we've got that, but this isn't going to be enough to lift the whole thing up because it's now got a bit ridiculous. So I think a better way to do this is to take that off, throw it away, and redesign this stage with some more. I could use the 800s actually. SpaceXy territory, is it? Which particular part is SpaceXy? Couplers, right? Radial couplers. Let's go up to 6. I'm probably going to run into the limits of what the game will let me have at this rate, but then we can whack an 800 on each one of these, plus the Reliance to get me off the ground. Oh, biggest ship ever. Yeah, all right. It's the biggest. Yes, it's the biggest. This is the biggest rocket that's ever been made on Kerbin in this particular Kerbin. And then I want to move these things down because otherwise it's kind of stupid. And give them hats like that. And also, we want a fuel crossfeed, if I can find that. Where is the fuel crossfeed? Nope, that's a strut. Is it in fuel tanks? It's in fuel tanks. Why couldn't I find it? I was looking in the wrong place. And we'll put that from there to there. So all of these, we'll use the fuel out of these boosters first to get the thing off the ground and up into the air. Then we'll have all of the fuel in this one, hopefully, to give us that transminmus kick. Colliding when rescuing Jim. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. I might start saving a little bit. Once I get this ship on its way to Minmus, I might actually do a save at that point. At the moment, I mean, the save point is essentially on the ground, so I can keep reverting back to here. But yeah, once I get close to Minmus, I think, yes, at that point, an actual save is probably going to be a good idea. Right, so we have many rocket engines here. Put that one there. What's the 6 detachometrons there? So all the rockets first, then the detachers, then stuff up the top. No, stop being wrong. That engine goes in there. Probably in here, actually. Oh, well, never mind. Right, throttle up, stability on. Away we go, once again, once more into the breach. Maybe I should have put some more solid rocket boosters around these ones just to get it even more ridiculous. At least now the gravity turn should work, because I've got all the control I could want with this rocket. Whee! Oh no, I haven't got any control anymore. Okay, still need the fins on the bottom of that booster to keep it, to stop it spinning like that, because that one little engine on the bottom can't provide enough stability for it. I think I might put a bit more fuel into these as well. Fuel tanks. Let's put another half, so the 400. Oh, come on, put the 400s on top of those. There we go, like that, thank you. And then put the aero... Oh, the aero cones, I've left it there. Put those back on there. Right, and what was... Oh, yes, it was fins. Fins was the other thing I needed, because it just went into a massive wobble. Oh, yeah, fins are definitely stylish. I just forgot about them. Alright, save. Let's try save the rocket. Let's try this again. No, you can't refer to my bigly rocket as Trumpian. That'd be very rude. Ooh, that's a big wobble. Can we have a bit less Kraken, please? Thank you. Let's go, he says cautiously. We've got 50% more fuel in the outer boosters, so that should give us a bit more oomph. Oh, I forgot to rearrange all of this stuff so we're not using one of our engines. Activate that one as well. That's the whole point of the cauliflower broccoli stage, whatever it's called, asparagus staging. That's the one. Asparagus fueling and staging. Right. And hopefully these tanks, yeah, these tanks are not using their fuel. Good. All is as it should. All is as it should be. And we're just going to try and make the rocket fall over a tiny bit under careful, very, very careful. That's probably about right, I guess. Just leave it here. Right, and we're nearly out of fuel from the first stages, so we'll junk those. I said we'll junk those. No, all of them. Ah, there we go. Right, I don't know why that didn't work. Okay, so we now have an APO of 72. Okay, so we are basically in orbit now. And we've only just ditched the outer boosters, so let's throttle down. And then as we get a little bit higher up, we can then start doing things like trying to circularize the orbit and see if we actually have enough fuel this time. Now, I'm aware I haven't actually put an additional stage on. This is supposed to be hopefully this is going to have enough fuel to circularize and then give us the kick we need to go out to Minmus. We shall see as we get a little bit closer to circularizing the orbit. Because I think we're higher and faster than we were last time. But I have to admit, I'm not sure. I might have just done exactly the same thing again, in which case I'll feel rather silly. Also, why is it always night in this game? Half the missions seem to all be at night, and it's all a little bit depressing. But okay, let's let that get a bit closer to APO, and then we can have another good hard boost as we get there. It's playing the space music, so we know we're in space, which is nice. That's 81,000. We're at 77, so easily in space at this point. Well, it would be nice if the local star would light up a bit of the area that I'm investigating, especially when I've gone somewhere new and want to see what it looks like. Especially when it apparently looks like dessert. Oh, and I still haven't put solar panels on my rockets. That's a minor mistake, not too serious, because we don't use very much power when you've got Kerbals flying your spaceships. You don't use all that much power up, so it's not too bad. Oh dear, I didn't start boosting soon enough. We've got past the apoapsis. That's bad. The fuel seems to be lasting longer this time, but we haven't managed to circularize yet, so I have to admit, I don't have a great feeling about this. Did I put more fuel tanks onto this rocket? I can't remember. Or did I just replace all of the solid ones with liquids? Oh well, never mind. It is slightly Christmassy music, yes. It's supposed to be sort of peaceful and starry, I suppose. Oh dear, we are losing altitude. I kind of want to continue until we've managed to maybe circularize the orbit, just because this is not going to be viable. This is not going to be viable. This is going to drop down below. Yeah, we're back into the atmosphere now. This has been a failure of a flight. You know, right? I'm going to revert back to the vehicle assembly. That's a complete and utter fail. Yeah, this rocket might be big enough to go out and rescue Jeb. I am uncertain at the moment, but I am optimistic, and I think we're gonna. But I am also aware it's now bedtime. So maybe I feel like I should come back to this because I have quite enjoyed playing this again. I don't think I've got quite the same number of people watching as I did when I played Factorio, and I'm not sure how it compares to the number I was getting when I played XCOM. But it's been good fun, and so thank you all for coming along. I hope you've enjoyed it. There'll be an extra bonus video tomorrow coming out, so keep an eye out for that. That's going to come out at the same time for everyone because it's a special weird one. Next week there won't be any streams because it's show week, so I'm going to be on stage all week and just won't be at my computer basically. So there won't be any streams next week, but I'll still try and get some videos out. There'll be a Tuesday. Excuse me. There'll certainly be a Tuesday one for non-supporters, and I'll try and get the supporter one finished as well. So we'll see how that goes. Then what else is going on? Not very much else next week. There'll be a few videos here and there. There'll be the Factorio catch-up videos at the weekend as usual, and then on the week after that we should be starting a new series of the Factorio streams on the Monday, and another miscellaneous stream on Wednesday. We'll see what I come up with. So, thank you everyone who's been watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and yes, it is indeed bedtime. I'll see you all next time. Bye, bye, Nogard and Alexander, and anyone else who's still around and talking. I'll catch you next time. Bye bye.